Hello there and welcome to Biology with Charles. I'm really glad you're here. This is a quiet place where we take something that usually feels busy or complicated and we walk through it slowly enough that your mind doesn't have to sprint to keep up. If your day has been loud or your thoughts have been running laps, you don't need to force them to stop. You can just let them ease down in their own time while we talk about how your body and brain actually work. Tonight's topic is one of those things that can feel personal and universal at the same time because it shows up in shopping carts and in relationships, in late night snacking and in lifelong ambitions, in the way you refresh a feed and in the way you imagine a different version of yourself. We're talking about desire, and more specifically the strange familiar feeling that no matter what you get, a part of you still leans forward and wants the next thing. There's a certain kind of joke people make about this. You finally buy the thing you've been thinking about for weeks, and for a day you feel satisfied, and then your brain starts browsing again like nothing happened. Or you work hard to reach a goal, you get there, you stand on the finish line for a moment, and then your mind quietly starts building the next finish line just a little farther away. Sometimes it's funny in a tired way, like finding crumbs in your bed and realizing you definitely ate snacks in there again, even though you told yourself you wouldn't. Other times it's not funny at all because it can make life feel like a constant chase. You can be surrounded by comfort and still feel restless. You can have good things and still feel that tug. If you've ever wondered, even a little, whether something is wrong with you because you keep wanting more, I want to set a gentle tone right away. In most cases, nothing is wrong in the sense of broken. A lot of this is built into the basic design of a human brain, not because the brain is trying to ruin your peace, but because it's trying to do a job it evolved to do, in a world that looks very different from the one it was built for. Before we get into the science, it helps to name the feeling plainly. Desire is not just wanting a new phone or a bigger house or a different job. It also includes wanting recognition, wanting relief from stress, wanting certainty, wanting closeness, wanting to feel proud, wanting to feel safe, wanting to feel like you're not missing out. That's important because when people say, "I always want more," they often picture money or objects, but the engine underneath can be the same one that keeps you checking for a message or replaying a conversation in your head. Desire is a forward-leaning state. It's your nervous system saying, there is something out there that matters and we should move toward it. And the part that can be surprising is that the feeling doesn't simply turn off when you arrive. Sometimes it fades quickly. Sometimes it transforms into a new want. Sometimes it flips into fear of losing what you just got. So even when you win, the mind can find a way to keep moving. If you're listening to this while you're getting ready for sleep, there's a good chance your day already gave you enough movement. So let's slow it down together. You don't need to grip your attention tightly. You can let the words be there in the background, like a calm voice from a room down the hall. And as you listen, I'll ask you something simple, the way I often do at the start because it anchors us in real life. Where are you listening from right now? Are you in bed, on a couch, in a quiet chair, maybe on a night shift with the lights low? And what time is it where you are? You don't have to answer out loud, but it can be nice to notice. If it's late, you might feel that soft heaviness of sleep approaching. If it's earlier, maybe you're just taking a break. Either way, you and I are meeting at a specific moment in your body's day, and that matters for how desire feels. A tired brain wants different things than a rested one. A stressed body reaches for different kinds of more than a calm one. Now I'll keep this gentle, but also practical. If you find this kind of slow science soothing, you can like the video or subscribe. It helps this little corner of calm reach people who need it. And if you want to support the channel in a simple way, even letting the video play as you drift off is a kind of support. No pressure, just an invitation. Now let's ease into the story because desire has a history. It's not just your personality or your willpower. It's older than your habits. It's older than your culture. It's older than the words you use to describe it. In a very real way, it's an ancient biological tool that helped your ancestors stay alive. To understand why you always want more, it helps to start with a picture that is almost comically simple. Imagine an early human or even an earlier animal, living in a world where food is not guaranteed. Some days you find berries, some days you don't. Some days you catch something. Some days you come back empty-handed. In that world, a creature that only ate when it was already starving would be in trouble. If you wait until the last possible moment, you might not have enough energy to search. You might take bigger risks. You might make bad choices. So evolution favoured brains that could anticipate. Brains that could feel an urge before the emergency hit. A nervous system that says, "Go look now," is more likely to keep the body alive. That urge, in a basic form, is desire. It's a motivational push. It's not a moral issue. It's a biological nudge. But here's the twist that makes modern life complicated. The nudge was designed for a world of scarcity and uncertainty. And now, we live in a world where many of our desires can be answered immediately. Not all of them, of course, and not for everyone. But compared to the past, the modern environment offers fast rewards in a way that would have been almost unbelievable. Food without hunting, entertainment without waiting, social contact without travel, novelty without leaving the room. If desire is a tool that helped you move toward what mattered, then a world full of quick, mattering signals can keep the tool switched on. It can feel like you're always reaching because there's always something within reach. There's another piece to this that people often misunderstand, and it's one of the most important points we'll come back to again and again. The chemical in your brain that gets associated with desire is dopamine, and dopamine is commonly described as the pleasure chemical. That phrase is catchy, but it's misleading. Dopamine is deeply involved in motivation, learning, and pursuit. It helps you pay attention to what seems important. It helps you repeat actions that lead to rewards. It helps your brain build a map of this predicts something good. Pleasure can be part of the story, but dopamine is not simply a warm bath of happiness. In many cases, it's more like a spotlight and a set of marching orders. It says that thing matters. Move toward it. Do it again. That's why desire can feel tense. It can feel like a pull, not a cuddle. And that's why the moment of wanting can sometimes feel stronger than the moment of having. Think about a simple example. You open the fridge, even though you're not truly hungry. You're looking. Maybe you're bored, maybe you're tired, maybe you had a hard day. Your brain is scanning for a reward that will change your state. It's not just about calories, it's about a shift in feeling. The idea of something sweet can light up the pursuit system before you even taste anything. Then you eat it, and for a brief moment you get what you wanted. But then the system adjusts. The brain is constantly recalibrating. It learns quickly. It compares the outcome to the expectation. If the treat was exactly as expected, the brain doesn't throw a parade. It logs the information and moves on. If it was better than expected, it gives a stronger learning signal. If it was worse than expected, it updates in the other direction. Either way, the wanting system is about prediction and action, not permanent satisfaction. That recalibration is one reason more keeps coming back. Your brain is not built to let you stay excited about the same outcome forever. Excitement is expensive. It uses attention and energy. In the wild, you wouldn't want to stay thrilled by the same berry bush for months. You'd want to notice changes. You'd want to keep searching for better options, safer options, more reliable options. The brain does something that is both helpful and frustrating. It normalizes. The technical term people use is adaptation. You get used to good things. You get used to improvements. What once felt special becomes the new baseline. This is not because you're ungrateful. It's because your nervous system is always trying to measure differences, and once something is steady, it stops shouting about it. The volume comes down. The silence can feel like I need more, when what's really happening is, this is now normal, and if you live in a culture that constantly offers upgrades, that normalization can happen fast. A phone that once felt amazing becomes just a phone. A salary increase that once felt like relief becomes the new standard, and then the mind starts noticing what still isn't perfect. A relationship milestone that once felt like a dream becomes part of everyday life, and then your attention moves to what you don't have, or what you fear losing, or what you think you should want next. Desire is not just a hunger for objects, it's also a sensitivity to the gap between how things are and how they could be. Your brain is very good at imagining could be. That imagination helps us solve problems and build better lives, but it also creates endless space for wanting. Now, I want to be careful here, because it's easy to hear this and think, so I'm just doomed to chase forever. That's not the point. Understanding the system doesn't mean surrendering to it. It means you can stop interpreting every urge as a deep truth about what you need. Sometimes desire is accurate, sometimes it's a useful signal. Sometimes it's pointing you toward a real unmet need, like rest, connection, safety, or meaning. But sometimes it's just the system doing what it does, searching for a reward because your brain learned that rewards are available, and because rewards change how you feel in the short term. When you understand that, you can relate to your wants differently. You can notice them without being dragged by them. It also helps to know that desire is not one thing in the brain, it's a combination of systems. There's the dopamine-driven pursuit network. There are stress hormones that make certain rewards feel more urgent. There are memory systems that link cravings to specific cues. There are social systems that make us want status and belonging. There are body rhythms that change what feels appealing at different times of day. That means wanting more can show up for different reasons in different moments. If you slept badly, your brain may push harder for quick comfort. If you're lonely, the pull towards scrolling or messaging may be stronger. If you're anxious, certainty can become the thing you crave, and you might chase it by checking, researching, or replaying thoughts. The surface behavior changes, but the underlying theme is similar. The brain is trying to move you towards something it believes will improve your state. Since we're keeping this sleep-friendly, I'll avoid making this feel like a lecture. Instead, let's take a quiet walk through a familiar day and watch desire in action. Not as a villain, but as a character that keeps appearing. You wake up, and before your eyes are fully open, there's a small want. Maybe it's the snooze button. Maybe it's the wish for 5 more minutes. You check your phone, not because you decided it's important, but because the urge is there, like a hand reaching for a light switch. The phone offers tiny rewards, a message, a notification, a new post, a small surprise. Your brain likes surprise. Surprise is a learning signal. It says, pay attention, something changed. This is one reason random rewards are so powerful. If you knew exactly what you'd see every time you looked, you'd stop looking so often. But when it's uncertain, when it might be something interesting, the wanting system stays engaged. Then you go about your day and you want other things. You want coffee, you want the meeting to end, you want someone to reply, you want a task to be done, you want to feel competent, you want relief. Some of those wants are simple needs, some are emotional, some are about control, and somewhere in the middle, you might notice the quieter kind of desire that doesn't shout but still shapes your behavior, like wanting to be seen as capable, wanting to avoid embarrassment, wanting to keep options open. These are not silly wants. They're rooted in how social mammals survive. Belonging and status are not luxuries in the brain. They're treated as serious business. Because in our evolutionary past, being excluded could be dangerous. By evening, your brain may start bargaining. I deserve a treat. I'll just watch 1 episode. I'll scroll for a few minutes. This isn't because you're weak. It's because your brain learned that certain behaviors change your internal state quickly. They reduce discomfort or add comfort, or distract you from unresolved feelings. In the short term, these strategies can work. They can be soothing. They can also become loops. The loop often looks like this. A cue appears like stress or boredom. You reach for a reward. You feel a shift. The brain learns the association. Next time the cue appears, the urge is stronger. Over time, the wanting can become automatic. It can feel like you always want more, when what's really happening is your brain is running a well-practiced pattern. So when we say, why do I always want more? We're not only asking a philosophical question, we're asking a biological one. We're asking about learning systems, prediction systems, stress systems, and social systems. We're asking about a brain that is designed to keep you moving toward opportunity, and we're asking about a modern environment that offers endless opportunities to want, many of them engineered to be hard to ignore. There's one more gentle point I want to lay down at the start because it can change how you listen to everything that comes next. Desire is not the same as happiness. In fact, desire and happiness can sometimes pull in opposite directions. Desire is movement. Happiness, at least the calm kind that helps you sleep, is often stillness. If your brain is constantly in move toward mode, stillness can feel uncomfortable at first. This is why quiet moments can trigger scrolling, snacking, shopping, planning, or worrying. The brain sees empty space and tries to fill it with a goal. It's doing what it knows. And the good news is that brains can learn new patterns. You can train your attention. You can change what cues you respond to. You can create a life where desire is present but not in charge. As we go forward, we'll keep returning to simple questions that make the science practical. What is your brain actually seeking right now? Is it energy, comfort, novelty, connection, status, control, or escape from discomfort? What happens in the minutes before the urge appears? What happens when you get the thing you wanted? How quickly does the mind move on? When do you feel most content, and what conditions allow that feeling to stay for a little while? These aren't questions you have to solve tonight. You can just let them float by. Even noticing them without forcing an answer can soften the grip of more. And since you're here with me in this quiet space, let's start at the beginning of the experience, right where it lives in your body. Not the shopping cart or the big life plan, but the moment you notice a want forming. The subtle forward tilt of attention. The tiny rise in anticipation. The way your mind narrows around a possibility. If we can understand that moment clearly, the rest of the story starts to make sense, because desire is not one big monster that appears once in a while. It's a series of small signals happening many times a day, each one shaped by biology, learning, and the world around you. And the next place to look is what that signal feels like from the inside, before you act on it. If you stay with that last idea for a moment, the notion that desire begins as a small signal rather than a dramatic event, you can start to notice something that most of us miss during the day. Wanting often arrives quietly. It doesn't always feel like a loud craving. Sometimes it's just a tiny shift in attention, like your mind turns its head before you even know why. You might be doing something ordinary, washing a cup, closing a laptop, turning the pillow over, and then a thought appears that wasn't there a second ago. Coffee, a message, a snack, a certain person, a different life. You don't choose the first spark. The spark just shows up, and then your brain does what it's built to do. It tries to make sense of the spark, give it a direction, and turn it into action. From the inside, desire has a very particular texture. It's a mix of sensation, thought, and momentum. If you've ever tried to describe it, you might say it feels like a pull, a tug, an itch, a leaning forward. Those are good words because they capture something physical about it. Even when desire is about an idea, it tends to recruit the body. The jaw might tighten, the tongue might press against the teeth, the stomach might feel hollow or fluttery, the chest might feel slightly restless, the hands might get busy without permission, tapping, reaching, scrolling, opening tabs. This is not just imagination. Your brain is connected to your muscles, your gut, your heart, and your breathing. And when it decides something matters, it adjusts the body to prepare for movement. Desire is the body being readied, even if you stay still. One reason it can be hard to notice desire clearly is that it often disguises itself as reasoning. The mind is very good at telling stories after the fact. An urge appears and then, almost instantly, you get a justification. I should check my phone in case there's something important. I deserve a little treat. I work better with one more coffee. I need to look this up right now or I'll forget. Sometimes these statements are true, often they're partly true, but the order is important. The wanting frequently comes first and the explanation follows. From the inside, that can feel like a clean decision, when it's really a rapid chain: sensation and anticipation, then narrative, then action. Let's slow that chain down so it becomes visible. Imagine you're sitting quietly and you feel the urge to check your phone. What happens first? For many people, it begins as a faint restlessness, a subtle discomfort with stillness. Then attention narrows. The mind produces a mental image of the phone or the screen. That image is not neutral, it's flavoured with possibility. There might be a message, there might be something interesting, there might be a tiny hit of novelty that changes your mood. That possibility is the emotional fuel of desire. Then the body joins in. Your hand shifts, maybe without you noticing. Your eyes glance toward where the phone is. And then the story arrives. Just a quick look. A quick look, of course, is often a small lie told with complete sincerity. This is one of the clearest signatures of desire from the inside. It compresses time. The present moment becomes less interesting than the next moment. The brain starts living slightly ahead of itself. It imagines the reward, the relief, the outcome, and the imagination makes the current moment feel incomplete. That's why desire can carry impatience. It can make a normal minute feel long. It can make waiting feel irritating. Even in gentle forms, it has that forward tilt. When you notice that tilt, you're sensing the real function of desire. It is a bridge between now and soon, and it wants you to cross quickly. Desire also has a second signature that people often confuse with pleasure. It's not the same as enjoying the thing. It's more like a brightening of interest. Your mind becomes more alert around the target. You notice cues related to it. If you're craving something sweet, suddenly you see sweets everywhere. If you're thinking about buying something, suddenly ads and reviews pop out at you, and your mind keeps circling back to that category. If you're longing for a person, you notice their name, their photos, the places you might run into them. This is selective attention, DIV. Your brain is constantly filtering reality, and desire changes the filter. It marks certain signals as important and brings them forward. There are specific brain regions involved in this, but we don't have to turn this into a diagram. In simple terms, networks in the brain that track value and salience begin to amplify anything that predicts the thing you want. Parts of your brain that monitor internal state, including signals from the gut and body, help generate that need-it feeling. The emotional parts of the brain add urgency, especially if the desire is tied to stress or discomfort. And memory systems contribute by pulling up past experiences. That felt good last time, or that helped me calm down before. All of this happens fast, often below the level of conscious thought, which is why desire can feel like it comes out of nowhere. Another helpful distinction from the inside is the difference between wanting and liking. People often assume they're the same. They're not. You can want something intensely and then, when you get it, not actually enjoy it as much as expected. You can also like something when it's in front of you, but not spend your day wanting it. In the brain, wanting and liking involve overlapping but distinct systems. Wanting is tied strongly to motivation and prediction. Liking is more about the actual experience of pleasure in the moment. This is one reason desire can keep repeating even when the reward isn't that great. The wanting system can become trained to chase a cue, even if the catch is mediocre. That's how habits form. The inside experience becomes very familiar. Anticipation feels big, consumption feels brief, and then the mind looks for the next anticipatory moment. If you've ever eaten something you didn't even really enjoy, but you still kept reaching for it, you've met this difference firsthand. The wanting is a push, the liking is a moment, and the brain, especially under stress or fatigue, can favour the push. It's like it's more interested in motion than in satisfaction. Motion feels purposeful. Motion feels like doing something about your state. Satisfaction can be quiet, and quiet can feel unfamiliar if your nervous system has been running fast. There's also the way desire interacts with emotion. From the inside, desire is rarely purely about the object. It's often about changing how you feel. If you're bored, the desire might be for stimulation. If you're anxious, the desire might be for certainty or distraction. If you feel lonely, the desire might be for contact, even if the contact comes in the form of scrolling through other people's lives. If you feel overwhelmed, the desire might be for something simple and controllable, like food, shopping, cleaning, organizing, planning. Desire can be the mind's attempt to regulate emotion. It searches for levers that have worked before. This is not a character flaw. It's a coping strategy that your brain learned through repetition. You can often tell what kind of desire you're experiencing by noticing the emotional tone underneath it. Some desires feel bright and curious, others feel urgent and tight. Some feel comforting, others feel edgy, like a scratch that needs scratching. When the urge has an edgy quality, it's often tied to stress chemistry in the body. Stress hormones can make rewards feel more important and more immediate. They can also reduce your capacity to tolerate discomfort, which makes the urge feel louder. This is why a long, hard day can make you crave things you don't crave when you're relaxed. Your brain is not simply giving in, it's trying to steer you toward relief. Sleep and hunger make this even more pronounced. When you're sleep deprived, your brain's control systems tend to work less smoothly, and reward cues can feel stronger. When you're hungry, your body sends signals that raise the value of food-related rewards, and the world becomes a series of food opportunities. This is basic biology. It's not weakness. It's an organism trying to balance energy and safety. And because many modern rewards are designed to be easy and immediate, those internal states can nudge you toward more with very little friction. From the inside, desire also involves a narrowing of options. When you really want something, alternative choices lose their shine. The mind gets tunnel vision. You might know there are other ways to feel better, other ways to spend time, other ways to solve the problem, but in the moment those options feel dull. This is another clue that desire is a state, not a truth. In a different state, you might not care at all. That's why you can look back later and think, why did I want that so badly? The wanting state changes the value landscape. It paints one path brighter than the others. There's a term in psychology and neuroscience that helps explain this: incentive salience. It refers to the way certain cues can become motivational magnets. A cue doesn't just remind you of a reward, it becomes attractive in itself. The ping of a notification, the smell of food, the sight of a logo, the familiar route past a cafe, a specific time of day, a certain kind of emotional discomfort. These cues gain power because the brain has learned that they predict a change in state. Once a cue becomes a strong predictor, your body can start preparing before you even decide anything. Saliva can increase, heart rate can shift, attention can lock on. This is why it can feel like you are being pulled. The pull is real in the sense that it's embodied. It's your nervous system responding to prediction. When you experience desire in this cue-driven way, it often comes with a feeling of inevitability. I'm going to do it anyway. That thought can appear very early, sometimes as soon as the urge starts, and that thought itself is part of the loop because it reduces the chance you'll pause. If you assume the outcome, you skip the moment where you could choose. The good news is that the moment of choice becomes more available when you learn to recognize the early sensations, not to fight them aggressively, but to notice them like weather. You can try something gentle right now, even if you're just listening and relaxing. Think of something small you tend to want automatically. It could be checking your phone, reaching for a snack, opening a streaming app, shopping online, refreshing a page, getting reassurance by asking a question you already asked, or anything similar. Picture the very beginning of that urge, before the action. Where does it show up in your body? Is it in your chest, your throat, your stomach, your hands, your face? Does your breathing change? Does your jaw set? If you can locate it, even vaguely, you're already making the experience clearer. You're learning its language. This is where the concept of interoception comes in, which is simply your ability to sense internal bodily signals. Some people naturally have strong interoception, others have a fuzzier sense of internal cues and only notice desire when it's loud. Interoception can be trained not in a dramatic way, but by paying attention in small moments. When you build that skill, desire becomes less mysterious. It becomes a pattern you can recognize early, which makes it less likely to hijack your behavior. There's also the mental component of desire, and it often has a particular style. Desire tends to speak in short sentences. Just one. Now. This will help. It also tends to minimize consequences and maximize comfort. It can make the reward feel larger and the cost feel smaller. This is not because your brain is malicious. It's because the wanting system is biased toward action. If it had to weigh every consequence in detail, it would slow down too much to be useful in survival situations. The problem is that in modern life, many of our desires are not about immediate survival. They're about long-term patterns, and the short-sentence voice of desire is not great at long-term planning. When you listen to that voice, you might notice it often carries a sense of scarcity, even when nothing is actually scarce. This is my only chance to relax. If I don't buy it now, I'll miss out. If I don't check right now, something bad might happen. Scarcity makes desire sharper. It adds urgency. The inside feeling becomes tighter, less patient. In contrast, when you truly believe you have time and options, desire softens. It becomes a preference rather than a demand. So one of the most powerful things that shapes what desire feels like from the inside is the story you hold about time and availability. You might also notice that desire changes your perception of self. In a strong wanting state, you can feel like the real you is the one who wants, and the part of you that resists is a fake voice. That's a common illusion. In reality, you have multiple systems operating at once. There's the part that wants immediate reward, the part that cares about long-term goals, the part that seeks safety, the part that seeks connection, the part that avoids discomfort. When desire is strong, it can temporarily dominate the conversation in your mind. That dominance can feel like identity. This is what I want. But often, if you wait a few minutes, another part of you becomes louder and the identity shifts. That's why urges can pass, not because you beat them, but because the brain state changes. If you've heard the phrase urge surfing, it refers to riding the wave of an urge without acting on it immediately, noticing how it rises, peaks and falls. This can sound like a technique you have to do perfectly, but it can also be as simple as observing that the urge is not a straight line. It's not permanent. It has a shape. From the inside, you can sometimes feel it crest, like it hits a maximum intensity, and then it begins to soften. The problem is that many of us act at the first rise. We rarely learn what the full wave looks like because we interrupt it with action. If you ever get curious enough to wait, even briefly, you'll discover something calming. The body can generate desire, and the body can also let it fade. None of this means you should never follow a desire. That's not the goal. Desire is part of being alive. It's how you pursue what matters. It's how you build relationships, learn skills, create art, solve problems, and care for others. The point is to understand the inside experience so you can tell the difference between a desire that reflects a deeper value and a desire that's simply a short-term state seeking a quick shift. When you can tell the difference, more stops being a constant command and becomes information you can weigh. There's one more internal feature that deserves attention, because it explains a lot of daily behavior. Desire often shows up as a solution before you clearly feel the problem. You might find yourself wanting a snack, but the real issue is that you're mentally exhausted and you need a break. You might want to scroll, but the real issue is that you're avoiding an uncomfortable thought. You might want to buy something, but the real issue is that you want a sense of progress or control. The brain is quick to offer the learned solution. It's slower to name the underlying discomfort. From the inside, this can make desire feel like a mystery. Why do I want this? Sometimes the answer is simply, because your body's in a state that makes quick rewards appealing. Sometimes it's, because you associate this with relief. And sometimes it's because you're human and your brain is doing its job. So as you listen, you might gently ask yourself, not in a demanding way, but like a quiet check-in, what kind of more do you tend to want when you're tired? What kind of more appears when you're stressed? What kind of more comes when you're lonely? What kind of more shows up when you feel stuck? You don't need to solve anything tonight. Just noticing patterns can be enough to loosen their grip, because patterns are easier to work with than vague self-criticism. And if you're listening from bed, with the room dim, you can let this land in a comforting way. The fact that you experience desire doesn't mean you're failing at gratitude. It doesn't mean you're shallow. It doesn't mean you're broken. It means you have a nervous system that is designed to push you toward what might help you survive and feel better, and it's operating in an environment full of triggers and fast rewards. When you understand what desire feels like from the inside, you're less likely to treat it as an emergency and more likely to treat it as a signal. In a moment, we'll zoom out from the inside sensations and look at the bigger reason this system exists at all. Because once you understand what problem desire was built to solve in the first place, the modern pattern of always wanting more starts to look less like a personal flaw and more like an old survival engine running at high speed in a world that never runs out of shiny targets. If you take that close-up view of desire, the way it shows up as a pull in the body and a narrowing of attention, and you place it inside the long history of living things, it starts to look less like a personal quirk and more like an inherited tool. The feeling that you want something, that you should move towards something, did not appear so you could keep refreshing a screen or adding items to a cart at midnight. It appeared because, for most of the history of life, staying alive required constant movement toward opportunities and constant learning about what counted as an opportunity. A creature that didn't feel drawn to food, shelter, safety, mates, and allies would not last long. It wouldn't explore. It wouldn't persist. It wouldn't take the small risks that sometimes lead to big benefits. In that older world, wanting was not a luxury. It was a steering mechanism. It helps to imagine the baseline problem that any animal with a nervous system has to solve. Your body burns energy just by being alive. Your heart beats, your brain runs, your muscles keep tone, your cells do their work. Even when you lie still, you spend fuel. That means you can't treat energy as optional. You have to replace it, and you have to replace it in a world where replacement is not guaranteed. Food doesn't come with a schedule. Water isn't always nearby. Warmth disappears at night. Injury can happen, predators exist, weather changes. The whole environment is uncertain, and uncertainty is the enemy of a body that needs steady fuel. So evolution favoured systems that could push animals to search before they were desperate, to prepare before the storm, to store before the winter, to keep going when the first attempt failed. That push is what desire is at its simplest, a motivational force that gets you to move before the problem becomes fatal. If you only ate when you were already collapsing, you wouldn't have the strength to find food. If you only sought shelter once you were freezing, you might not make it. The animal that feels an urge early, even when the situation is not yet critical, has an advantage. You can think of desire as the body's way of creating a small sense of incompleteness, so you don't settle too easily. It's the nervous system saying, "Not yet. Keep going. There's something out there that matters." In modern life that can feel annoying, but in a wild landscape it was protective. Now, early humans and our ancestors didn't live in a neat world of 3 meals a day. Many days would have been a mixture of searching, waiting, and making do. Sometimes you would find rich food, sometimes very little. Sometimes you might find honey or fruit, which is energy-dense and valuable, and other times you might eat fibrous plants that fill the stomach but don't offer much fuel. In that context, a brain that strongly values high-calorie food is not greedy, it's efficient. Calories are survival. A taste for sweetness is not childish. It's a signal that the food is likely energy-rich and less likely to be poisonous in many cases. A taste for fat is not a moral failure. It's a way to seek dense fuel. and once you've found something that reliably provides energy, the brain does something that looks very familiar to us today. It learns the cues, it builds habits, it wants that thing again. This learning is the bridge between wanting and survival. A creature that can remember, that tree had fruit last season, that valley had water, those berries made me sick, has a huge advantage. But memory alone doesn't ensure action. You also need motivation. You need the body to move toward the remembered opportunity. That's where wanting comes in. It attaches feeling to information. It says, this is not just a fact, this is important. In that sense, desire is an emotional tag that makes certain memories and certain cues stand out. Without that tag, the world would be a flat blur of details. With it, the world becomes a map of priorities. Another important part of the ancient engine is that it solves the problem of persistence. In the wild, you don't always succeed on the first try. You look for food and find nothing. You try to build shelter and it collapses. You attempt to make a tool and it breaks. You walk and don't find what you hoped for. A brain that gives up quickly is not very useful. You need a system that makes you try again, that keeps the goal attractive enough that you're willing to invest effort. Desire does exactly that. It keeps the target glowing in the mind. It makes effort feel worth it. It turns the idea of a reward into a reason to keep moving. And if you think about it, that glow can't be too weak. If wanting were mild all the time, you might not move. You might sit still, conserve energy, and hope something happens. That would work only in a very stable environment. But the environments our ancestors faced were not stable. They demanded flexibility. So the ancient engine is designed to create urgency at the right times. It doesn't always feel calm. It can feel like tension, because tension mobilizes you. It's not meant to be comfortable. It's meant to get you off the rock and into the world. Of course, you can't chase everything at once. You have limited energy, so the brain needs to choose. This is where wanting becomes more than a simple hunger. It becomes a decision system. It ranks opportunities. It compares one possible reward to another. It decides whether you should keep searching for a better option or settle for the one you have. That choice is so old that even small animals show versions of it. If you find a patch of food, should you keep eating there or explore for a better patch? If you explore, you might find more, but you also might waste energy and expose yourself to danger. If you stay, you get what's available, but you might miss something better. This is a constant problem in nature, and the brain solves it with a mix of curiosity, caution, and desire. Wanting is what makes exploration feel worth the risk. It whispers, maybe there's more over there, and sometimes that whisper saves you. Curiosity is a close cousin of desire, and it's part of the same survival toolkit. An animal that never investigates new things will miss resources, but an animal that investigates everything will get hurt. So the brain had to develop a balanced way of moving toward novelty when it seems promising and avoiding it when it seems dangerous. That balance lives in the feeling tone of desire. Some things feel attractive, some things feel threatening, some things feel both at once. That mix is not confusion, it's a protective design. It makes you approach carefully, gather information, and learn. Over time, if the new thing becomes safe and beneficial, the desire grows. If it becomes linked with harm, aversion grows instead. Either way, the brain is using emotion to guide learning and behavior. Then there's the social side, which is just as ancient and just as important. Humans did not survive as lone animals wandering the landscape. We survived in groups. Being in a group meant protection, shared knowledge, shared childcare, shared resources, and shared defense. But group living also creates a problem. You have to maintain your place. You have to be accepted. You have to cooperate enough that others want you around. That means the brain evolved powerful desires that are not about food at all. Desire for belonging, desire for approval, desire to be useful, desire to be seen, desire to avoid shame. These social desires can be stronger than hunger in certain moments, because being pushed out of a group could mean death. When you feel restless about what others think of you, or you feel a pull to check messages, or you feel an urge to fix your reputation after a mistake, you're not just being dramatic. You're experiencing an old survival system that treats social standing as serious. This is why the inside experience of desire can sometimes feel like anxiety. In social situations, wanting can be mixed with fear, because the stakes used to be high. You might not consciously believe that missing a party invitation will get you eaten by a predator, but your nervous system still reacts to social uncertainty with heightened alertness. It wants to reduce the uncertainty. It wants to restore safety. So it pushes you to seek signals. That can look like checking for replies, replaying conversations, seeking reassurance, or trying to gain status through achievement and possessions. The surface behavior changes with culture, but the underlying motive is old. Stay connected, stay valued, stay protected. Status itself, which can sound like a modern obsession, has deep roots. In many social animals, higher status brings better access to resources and mates, and often better protection. In humans, status can mean more influence, more support, more safety for your children. So the brain developed a sensitivity to rank, comparisons, and signals of respect. From the inside, this can feel like wanting more money, more recognition, more achievements, or more visible markers of success. It can also feel like discomfort when someone else has what you don't. That discomfort is not pleasant, but it can push behavior in ways that historically increase survival odds. Again, it's not a moral statement. It's a description of a system that evolved under certain pressures. Desire also helped to survive by encouraging long-term preparation, which is easy to forget because we associate desire with impulse. But in nature, the animals that plan and store often do better. Some animals cache food. Humans store resources, build shelter, make clothing, preserve food, create tools. Those behaviors require the ability to invest effort now for a future payoff. Desire makes future benefits feel emotionally meaningful in the present. Without that emotional bridge, planning would be an empty concept. You could understand that winter is coming and still not do anything. Desire turns should into want, and want is what makes you move. At the same time, the ancient engine has to deal with risk. Wanting too much too recklessly can get you hurt. A creature that chases every possible reward can run into predators, fall off cliffs, eat poisonous things, or get into fights it can't win. So evolution also built brakes into the system. Fear, caution, disgust, pain, and social punishment all act as counterweights. That means desire is never operating alone. It's always negotiating with other forces. From the inside, this negotiation can feel like conflict. Part of you wants the thing. Part of you resists. Part of you imagines relief. Part of you imagines consequences. That inner tug of war is not a sign that you're inconsistent. It's a sign that you have multiple survival systems trying to steer you. If you think of it this way, the question, why do I always want more, starts to shift. It becomes, why is my brain designed to keep searching? And the answer is that searching is safer than stagnation in an uncertain world. The brain is biased towards scanning for opportunities, because opportunities are how you stay alive and improve your conditions. In a harsh environment, being satisfied too easily could be dangerous. If you settle and stop seeking, you might miss the water source, the safe shelter, the better food, the reliable ally. So the ancient engine tends to favour keep going over rest forever. It gives you moments of satisfaction, but it doesn't let satisfaction become permanent sleepiness while life remains unpredictable. Now, in a modern setting, this design can feel like it overshoots. You can have enough food, enough shelter, and still feel restless. You can be safe and still feel driven. You can meet a goal and immediately want the next one. Part of that is the adaptation we mentioned earlier, the brain's habit of normalizing what becomes consistent. But part of it is that the engine doesn't know which desires are truly necessary and which are optional. It responds to cues and learning. If your environment constantly presents new cues, your engine keeps starting. If the environment makes rewards uncertain in a specific way, your engine becomes even more active, because uncertainty is what it evolved to solve. To see how uncertainty amplifies wanting, consider a simple foraging scenario. If you always found food in the same place at the same time, you wouldn't need much motivation. You would just go and get it. But if food appears unpredictably, you need to check more often. You need to search longer. You need to explore different places. That pattern of maybe this time is the same pattern that makes modern rewards so gripping. When a reward is uncertain, the brain tends to keep trying. That's not because the brain is foolish. It's because historically, persistence under uncertainty often paid off. Sometimes you found the berry patch, sometimes you didn't. The only way to find it was to keep looking. This is where the inside experience of desire can become very strong and very repetitive. The urge isn't just about the reward itself, it's about the possibility. Possibility is motivating because it keeps hope alive. In the wild, hope is not a sentimental concept. Hope is a behavioral driver. It keeps you moving when the outcome is not guaranteed. If you have ever felt stuck in a loop of checking, refreshing, or retrying, you're feeling a very old persistent system reacting to uncertain rewards. There's also the way desire helped humans learn faster. Learning is not just absorbing facts. Learning is updating behavior based on outcomes. If a behavior leads to something beneficial, you repeat it. If it leads to harm, you avoid it. But for learning to happen, the brain has to pay attention to outcomes. Desire focuses attention. When you want something, you notice what leads to it. You notice what blocks it. You notice timing, location, cues, and patterns. This attention makes learning efficient. A brain that doesn't care can't learn well. So caring, in the form of wanting, is part of the learning engine. Over many generations, this created humans who are extremely good at linking actions to rewards. We learned to track seasons, animal behavior, plant cycles, weather patterns, and social patterns. We learned which foods to gather, which to avoid, which to combine, which to cook. We learned how to make tools that improve success. Each improvement was a form of more food, more safety, more comfort, more control. In that sense, wanting more built civilization. The drive to improve conditions is not automatically a problem. It's the reason we have medicine, shelter, agriculture, music, and all kinds of human achievements. The trouble is that the ancient engine doesn't come with a built-in setting for this is enough forever. Nature rarely offers forever. It offers today, and then tomorrow changes. So the engine is tuned to keep scanning and adjusting. Satisfaction is allowed, but it tends to be temporary. Then attention moves to the next issue, the next opportunity, the next threat. This is why contentment can feel fragile if you expect it to be a permanent state. The brain expects movement. It expects change. It expects you to keep responding. The calm, steady feeling of enough is possible, but it often requires conditions that signal safety, predictability, and rest. That brings us to a very practical observation that many people recognize when they think about their own lives. When do you want the most? Often it's when you feel uncertain, stressed, or tired. Those states resemble the conditions that historically required extra searching. If you're stressed, your body acts like something is wrong and needs solving. If you're uncertain, your brain wants more information. If you're tired, quick rewards become more appealing because they offer a fast shift in feeling. In other words, your wanting intensifies when your system senses a problem. The problem might not be a predator or famine anymore. It might be workload, loneliness, or a vague sense of meaninglessness. But the engine reacts similarly. It pushes you towards something that feels like it could help. And because humans are imaginative, we don't only want concrete things, we also want states of mind. We want ease. We want confidence. We want calm. We want to stop feeling whatever we're feeling. That makes desire even more constant, because internal discomfort can appear at any time. In the ancient world, discomfort often meant something external needed attention. In modern life, discomfort can be emotional, social or cognitive, and the brain still treats it as a signal to move toward a solution. So if you're listening and thinking, yes, that's me, I'm always leaning toward the next thing, there's a kind of relief in understanding that this is an inherited design. You didn't invent this. You're running a system that helped your ancestors stay alive and build better conditions. The same engine that makes you want more can also help you pursue meaningful goals, learn, connect, and create. The question becomes how that engine works in detail, because once you know its mechanics, you can stop being surprised by it. You can recognize when it's responding to real needs and when it's responding to cues that don't actually deserve as much power as they've been given. And that's where the next step naturally goes, because this ancient engine is not powered by vague willpower. It's powered by specific learning signals in the brain, and one of the most important pieces of that machinery is the system that makes pursuit feel compelling in the first place, the one that turns maybe there's something good ahead into a focused urge to move toward it. When you look at desire as a survival engine, the next question almost asks itself, what exactly flips the switch from I could do that to I really want to do that? People often reach for one word here, and it's a word that has become almost a character in modern conversation: dopamine. It gets mentioned in the same way people talk about sugar or caffeine, as if it's a simple substance that pours happiness into your brain. And because that idea is so common, it can make desire feel strange and personal, like you're being chemically tricked by your own head. The reality is both simpler and more interesting. Dopamine is not best understood as a pleasure chemical. It's better understood as part of the brain's pursuit system. It helps you move toward things. It helps you learn what leads to rewards. It helps you keep trying. It's less about the cozy feeling of enjoyment and more about the energizing feeling of go. From the inside, that difference matters. If dopamine were mainly about pleasure, then getting the thing would be the peak. You would feel your happiest at the moment of having. Sometimes that happens, but often it doesn't. You can feel most intense right before you get what you want and then feel oddly flat afterward. You can spend all day thinking about a meal and then, halfway through eating it, start wondering what else is in the kitchen. You can wait all week for a package and then, once it arrives, the excitement dissolves faster than you expected. That isn't because you're incapable of enjoying life. It's because the brain systems that create wanting are not identical to the systems that create liking. Dopamine is one of the main reasons those two experiences can come apart. To keep this calm and grounded, let's treat dopamine like a job description, not a moral story. Dopamine neurons, which are cells that produce and release dopamine, sit in a few key areas deep in the brain and send signals to many other regions. Those signals help adjust motivation, attention, learning, and movement. Dopamine is involved in a lot of things, but when we talk about desire and wanting more, the most important role is that dopamine helps the brain assign value to potential actions. It helps answer a practical question. Is it worth doing something to get this? That question is not philosophical for the brain. It's a budgeting problem. Effort costs energy and risk. If the reward is uncertain, you might waste energy. If you ignore an opportunity, you might miss something valuable. Dopamine helps the brain make those trade-offs by linking cues, actions, and outcomes. You can see the pursuit role of dopamine in a way that's almost too obvious once you notice it. Imagine you're not hungry, but you walk past a bakery and you smell something warm and sweet. Suddenly you're thinking about pastries. You're not necessarily imagining the taste in detail. You're imagining the idea of it, the promise of it. Your attention shifts. Your steps slow down. Your mind begins to negotiate. Maybe just one. That whole sequence is not the pleasure of eating. It's the pull of approach. Dopamine is heavily involved in that pull. It makes the cue feel significant. It makes the possibility feel worth effort. It sets you up to move. The brain does this because it's trying to be efficient. It doesn't want to have to reevaluate everything from scratch every time. If a smell or a sound or a sight has reliably predicted a reward in the past, then it makes sense to treat that cue as important. A cue becomes a shortcut. It tells your brain, this is the kind of situation where good things happen. Dopamine helps stamp that shortcut into the nervous system. Over time, the cue itself can start to feel attractive. That's one reason habits can feel automatic. It's not that you're choosing blindly. It's that the brain has learned that certain cues predict rewards, and it prepares you to act before you've fully thought it through. Now, there's a classic misunderstanding that's worth correcting gently. People hear, dopamine makes you want things, and assume that more dopamine always means more happiness. But dopamine can be high during stress, during anticipation, during craving, during frustration. It can be involved when you feel driven and restless, not just when you feel good. That's one reason the phrase dopamine hit can be misleading. The hit is often a motivational spike. It's the brain saying, this matters, pay attention, do something. Pleasure can follow, but pleasure is not the only outcome, and sometimes it's barely there. A helpful way to separate wanting from liking is to think about two different moments. The first moment is when you're looking forward to something. The second moment is when you're actually experiencing it. They can overlap, but they're not the same. If you've ever looked forward to a show all day and then found yourself half distracted while watching it, you've experienced the gap. The anticipation was strong, but the experience was just okay. The anticipation can be fueled by dopamine-driven prediction and motivation, while the actual enjoyment involves other systems, including opioid and endocannabinoid signaling in certain brain regions, plus sensory pleasure and emotional context. You don't need to memorize the chemicals. The practical point is that the brain can push you towards something even if the liking payoff is small, because the brain is chasing an expectation, not a guaranteed joy. That expectation piece is one of the most important ideas in modern neuroscience of reward. Dopamine neurons don't just respond to rewards. They respond to changes in expectations about rewards. In many experiments, when an animal receives an unexpected reward, dopamine activity spikes. But when the reward becomes predictable, the spike shifts earlier to the cue that predicts the reward. And if the expected reward fails to show up, dopamine activity can dip. This pattern is often described as a reward prediction error signal. The brain is not simply registering pleasure. It's comparing what happened to what was expected, and then updating learning. If something is better than expected, dopamine helps strengthen the connection between the cue and the behavior that led to it. If something is worse than expected, the brain weakens that connection. It's like the brain is constantly adjusting its internal recommendations. From the inside, that constant adjusting can feel like restlessness, because your brain is always looking for what's better than expected. The moment something becomes exactly as expected, it stops standing out. This is not cynicism. It's a learning strategy. Surprises teach you. Predictable outcomes teach you less. So the brain's motivational system tends to light up most when there is potential for a pleasant surprise or a meaningful improvement. That's why novelty, uncertainty, and maybe this time can be so gripping. It's also why more can feel endless. If your brain keeps chasing the next improvement, then any stable condition becomes background noise. It's worth pausing and checking in with your own experience here just softly. Think of something that reliably pulls you in. It might be checking messages, browsing, snacking, researching, gaming, or even working on a project. Do you notice that the strongest feeling is often right before you do it? The moment where you're about to click, about to open, about to take the first bite. That's often the pursuit system doing its work. It's the brain preparing for a possible reward. And because the preparation itself can feel stimulating, it can become part of what you're seeking. You're not only seeking the thing, you're seeking the shift in state that comes with anticipation. This is one reason some people end up chasing desire itself. The feeling of wanting can become familiar, even comforting in a strange way, because it gives you a direction, it gives you a mission. In a stressful life, having a mission can feel better than feeling stuck. So the brain learns that the pursuit state is a way out of discomfort even before you get the reward. You can see this in behaviours like shopping without buying, scrolling without reading, planning without doing, searching without deciding. The pursuit can become its own reward because it changes how you feel in the moment. It replaces vague discomfort with focused activity. There's also a practical reason dopamine gets misunderstood as pleasure. Dopamine is involved in reinforcement. Reinforcement means that a behaviour becomes more likely to happen again. People assume reinforcement is the same as enjoyment, but reinforcement can happen even when enjoyment is low, as long as the behaviour reliably changes your state in a way the brain treats as beneficial. For example, checking your phone may not be deeply pleasurable, but it reduces uncertainty. Uncertainty can feel uncomfortable. Reducing it can be reinforcing, so the brain repeats the behaviour. In that sense, dopamine helps reinforce behaviours that solve problems, not just behaviours that feel good. If you want a more everyday example that doesn't involve screens, think of how you might reach for snacks when you're anxious. The snack might not taste amazing. You might even be half aware that it's not what you truly need. But the act of eating changes your state. It gives your mouth and hands something to do. It provides a predictable sensory experience. It can dampen stress for a moment. That immediate shift can reinforce the behaviour, teaching the brain, when anxious, do this. Dopamine helps lock in those associations. Again, not because it's delivering pure pleasure, but because it's helping the brain learn what actions predict relief or reward. This learning function is also why dopamine is tied to movement and energy. The brain is not a separate entity floating above the body. It's an organ that controls behaviour. If something is worth pursuing, your body needs to mobilise. Dopamine pathways interact with circuits involved in initiating movement. This is very clear in Parkinson's disease, where the loss of dopamine-producing neurons in certain regions leads to difficulties with movement initiation, rigidity, and slowed movement. That isn't a comment about desire itself, but it shows that dopamine is deeply connected to the go function in the nervous system. When dopamine signaling is disrupted, it's not only mood that changes, it's the ability to start and sustain action. And action is the key word here. Wanting, in biological terms, is a readiness to act. When dopamine makes a cue stand out, it's preparing you to do something. Approach, seek, search, repeat. That's why dopamine is so relevant to habit loops. A habit is not only repetition, it's repetition that becomes linked to cues. Once the cue is present, the brain starts the action sequence automatically. Dopamine helps make the cue powerful and makes the action feel like the natural next step. Over time, the behaviour can feel less like a decision and more like a default. If you've ever found yourself doing something and only afterward realising you didn't consciously choose it, that's often cue-driven behaviour. The cue can be external, like a notification sound, or internal, like a particular emotion. The brain learns both kinds. A certain time of day can be a cue. A certain kind of tiredness can be a cue. A certain awkward feeling after a social interaction can be a cue. Once the cue is tied to a reward, dopamine helps the cue grab attention and pull you into action. One of the trickiest parts of modern life is that many systems are designed to create cue-reward patterns that keep you returning. It's not a conspiracy, it's just incentive. If an app benefits when you engage, it will tend to use features that keep you engaged. If a product benefits when you want upgrades, it will tend to highlight upgrades. If a platform benefits when you keep checking, it will tend to introduce uncertainty and novelty. Your brain's pursuit system is not stupid, but it is predictable. It responds strongly to cues that suggest possible rewards, and because dopamine is involved in learning from those rewards, the patterns can deepen quickly. It's also important to say gently and clearly that dopamine is not a bad chemical, and desire is not a bad experience. Dopamine-driven pursuit is what helps you get out of bed, solve problems, learn skills, pursue relationships, and work toward goals that matter. If dopamine only caused shallow cravings, it wouldn't have survived evolution. It survived because it's essential. The issue is not that you have a pursuit system. The issue is that the modern environment can trigger the pursuit system constantly, and sometimes for rewards that don't truly serve you in the long run. From the inside, one of the signs that dopamine-driven pursuit is running the show is a sense of urgency paired with the sense of emptiness. Urgency says, do it now. Emptiness says, even if you do it, it won't last. When those two feelings show up together, it can create a loop that's exhausting. The brain keeps pushing you toward the next thing, and then quickly normalizes it once it arrives, which makes the next thing seem necessary. That is not a personal failing. It's a mismatch between an ancient learning engine and a modern landscape of endless cues. A calmer way to relate to this is to treat desire as a forecast rather than a command. When your brain produces a strong want, it's essentially predicting that a certain action will lead to a certain reward or relief. Dopamine helps power that prediction and makes it feel important. But predictions can be wrong. Sometimes the reward is less satisfying than expected. Sometimes the relief is brief. Sometimes the cost is higher than expected. The pursuit system does not always do a careful long-term analysis. It's tuned for quick learning and quick action. When you recognize that, you can create a little space. You can say, my brain is predicting that this will help. Let's see. That small shift turns desire into information rather than destiny. You don't have to do anything with that tonight. If you're listening in a sleepy state, you can simply let the idea settle. Dopamine is strongly about pursuit and learning, not just pleasure. It makes cues meaningful. It makes actions repeatable. It shifts excitement toward anticipation. It teaches the brain what to chase. And once the brain has learned to chase, it can run it again and again, especially when life is uncertain or when rewards are designed to stay just unpredictable enough to keep you leaning forward. What makes this even more fascinating and more relevant to the feeling of always wanting more is the detail we touched a moment ago. The brain doesn't simply react to getting a reward. It reacts to whether the reward was better or worse than expected. That comparison, that tiny calculation happening in the background, is one of the reasons the chase can feel better than the catch, and it's one of the reasons more keeps moving. In the next stretch of our conversation, we'll slow down and look closely at that comparison signal and how it quietly shapes your cravings, your habits, and the way satisfaction seems to slip away faster than it should. Something quietly important happens in your brain the moment you start expecting a reward, and it explains a lot of the strange everyday moments where the wanting feels stronger than the having. You might recognize it in small ways. You anticipate a message more than you enjoy reading it. You look forward to a meal more than you enjoy the last bites. You feel a jolt when you're about to open an app, and then feel oddly neutral once you're inside it. It can be confusing because it sounds like you don't appreciate things, but that's not really what's going on. What's going on is that your brain is built to learn from differences, not from sameness, and the chemical systems that help you learn are most active when reality surprises you. The name for that difference is prediction error. It sounds technical, but the idea is simple. Your brain is constantly predicting what will happen next. It predicts what you'll see when you unlock your phone. It predicts how your coffee will taste. It predicts whether you'll feel relief after you check something. It predicts whether the show will be good, whether the package will satisfy you, whether the conversation will go well. Most of the time you're not aware of those predictions because they feel like normal expectations. But underneath the surface, your brain is comparing what it predicted with what actually happens. When the outcome is different from what was predicted, the brain treats that difference as information. That difference is the prediction error, and it's one of the main signals the brain uses to update learning. A positive prediction error is when things are better than expected. A negative prediction error is when they're worse than expected. If things are exactly as expected, the prediction error is close to zero. And here's the key detail for desire. The dopamine-driven pursuit system is strongly tuned to prediction error, especially the better-than-expected side. That means the pursuit system lights up most when there is the possibility of a pleasant surprise, and it cools down when the reward becomes routine and predictable. You can see how this would help an animal survive. Imagine you're foraging. If you find food where you didn't expect it, that's extremely valuable information. Your brain should pay attention, remember that place, remember the cues, and make it more likely you'll return. A positive surprise teaches you quickly. On the other hand, if you go to a place where you expected food and it isn't there, that's also important. You need to update your map. You need to avoid wasting energy. Both kinds of prediction error matter, but the better than expected signal is especially useful for discovering new opportunities. In modern life, this same learning mechanism is everywhere. It's why your brain perks up when you get an unexpected compliment, why a surprising good news email feels energizing, and why a random funny video can keep you scrolling for just one more. The pleasant surprise is the fuel. It doesn't even have to be a big surprise. Tiny surprises count. A new message, a new like, a slightly better deal than you expected, a headline that catches your attention, a new item that appears right when you're bored. Each time the brain learns, this behavior sometimes leads to a reward that is better than expected. That sometimes is crucial. If rewards were perfectly consistent, your brain would stop being excited, not because it hates you, but because it has already learned. Once the prediction is accurate, there's not much left to update. You still might enjoy the reward, but the learning system doesn't need to shout about it. You can feel this in the way a routine gets dull. The first time you try a new dessert, your brain pays attention. The 10th time, it might still taste good, but it doesn't feel like an event. This is what people often describe as the magic is gone. In a way, yes, but the magic is not a mysterious spiritual ingredient. It's your brain's surprise and learning system stepping back, because the outcome is no longer teaching it anything new. Now, let's connect this to the feeling that the chase beats the catch. The chase is full of uncertainty and possibility. The catch is often the end of uncertainty. When you haven't checked your phone yet, there might be something good. When you haven't opened the package yet, it might be perfect. When you haven't watched the episode yet, it might be amazing. Possibility creates room for positive prediction error. The moment you check, open, watch, or receive, the possibility collapses into a specific outcome. Most outcomes are not wildly better than expected. Many are about what you expected or slightly less. So the pursuit system that was energized by possibility settles down quickly. That settling can feel like a letdown, even if the reward is fine. It can help to imagine your brain like a very busy assistant whose job is to keep you alive and improving your situation. That assistant loves useful information. A predictable reward is like an email saying everything is normal, fine, noted, nothing urgent. An unexpected reward is like an email saying new opportunity discovered. That gets flagged. That gets attention. That gets stored. And the emotional feeling you experience as excitement, anticipation, or craving is partly your brain putting a big bright flag on the possibility of that new opportunity signal. This also explains why intermittent rewards are so powerful. If a reward happens every single time you do a behavior, your brain learns quickly, the prediction becomes accurate, and the pursuit system becomes calmer. If the reward happens only sometimes, your brain can't fully settle. It keeps checking because each attempt might produce a positive surprise. In psychology, this is related to variable ratio reinforcement schedules, a fancy phrase for you don't know which try will pay off. Slot machines are the classic example. Most pulls give you nothing. Occasionally you get a win. The uncertainty makes the next pull tempting. But you don't need to step into a casino to experience this. Many modern experiences have the same pattern. Sometimes you check your phone and there's something interesting, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes you scroll and find something that makes you laugh. Sometimes it's boring. Sometimes you post and get attention, sometimes it's quiet. The irregular pattern keeps the pursuit system engaged. From the inside, this feels like a restless loop. Maybe this time. That phrase is basically a description of prediction error hunger. It's not only about wanting the reward, it's about wanting the chance of a better than expected outcome. You can even see this when people keep refreshing the same page. The page is likely to be the same, but it might change. That might is the spark. The chase is not just toward the reward, it's toward the possibility of surprise. A subtle point here is that your brain is not only predicting rewards, it's predicting how you'll feel. When you crave something, your brain is predicting that doing the behavior will improve your state. It might predict comfort, relief, stimulation, connection, or a sense of control. If you're stressed and you reach for a snack, the predicted reward might not be the taste. It might be the calming shift. If you're lonely and you check your messages, the predicted reward might not be the information. It might be the feeling of being remembered. If you're bored and you open a feed, the predicted reward might be novelty. In all of these cases, the chase feels compelling because your brain is forecasting a state change. And the catch can feel weaker because the state change is often smaller than predicted or shorter than predicted. That brings us to the negative side of prediction error, which matters just as much for desire. When an expected reward doesn't show up, you get a negative prediction error. The brain registers worse than expected. From the inside, this can feel like disappointment, irritation, or a little drop in mood. You check your phone and there's nothing. You open the fridge and nothing looks appealing. You look at the new thing you bought and it's not as satisfying as you thought. Those small disappointments are not just emotional reactions, they're learning signals. The brain is updating its model. But the update isn't always clean. Sometimes instead of reducing desire, disappointment can increase it because it creates discomfort, and discomfort becomes a cue for do something to change this. That's one way a loop can tighten. You expected a reward, you didn't get it. Now you feel a slight negative state, and your brain looks for another way to get relief, which might mean trying again. This is one reason people can get caught in patterns where they keep chasing even after repeated disappointment. The brain's pursuit system doesn't always interpret no reward as stop. Sometimes it interprets it as try harder, especially if in the past persistence occasionally paid off. Think again of foraging. If you go to a spot and don't find food, that doesn't necessarily mean there is never food there. It might mean you missed it, or you arrived at the wrong time, or you didn't search long enough. In uncertain environments, persistence can be smart, so the brain doesn't quickly give up when rewards are inconsistent. It keeps testing. Modern systems that deliver occasional rewards can exploit that persistence, even without anyone intending to exploit you. It's simply how the motivational engine responds to uncertainty. If you've ever watched yourself keep scrolling even though you're not enjoying it, this is a good lens. You're not necessarily chasing pleasure. You're chasing the next positive surprise that will make the scrolling feel worth it. The occasional good item keeps the prediction alive. There's something here for me. And because the good item arrives unpredictably, it's hard to stop because stopping feels like you might be one step away from the thing that would have made it satisfying. This can also show up in more serious forms in relationships and work. In relationships, intermittent rewards can be especially powerful. If someone is sometimes warm and sometimes distant, your brain can become very focused on the times they are warm. Those moments carry a big positive prediction error because they feel like a reward after uncertainty. The chase for the next good moment can become intense. In work, intermittent recognition can do something similar. If praise is rare and unpredictable, the next compliment feels like a big event. The brain learns to chase it. The chase can motivate achievement, but it can also create a feeling of never being satisfied because the baseline is uncertainty and the reward is inconsistent. All of this can make it sound like the goal should be to eliminate uncertainty or avoid surprise, but that's not realistic or even desirable. Surprise and novelty are part of a rich life. The practical point is to understand why your brain gets so energized by the chase. It's not because you're shallow, it's because your learning system treats better than expected as a high-value signal. It's built to chase information as much as it chases pleasure. There's another detail that helps explain why the catch can feel flat. When a reward becomes predictable, the dopamine response shifts earlier in time. Instead of responding strongly to the reward itself, the brain responds to the cue that predicts the reward. In everyday terms, that means you can get a stronger internal jolt from seeing the menu than from eating the food, from seeing the notification icon than from reading the message, from putting something in the cart than from owning it. The anticipation becomes where the brain's learning system does its main work. The reward itself becomes a confirmation of what was already predicted. This shift is not a bug, it's a feature. It makes you more efficient. You don't have to wait for the reward to begin preparing. The cue is enough to start movement. The downside is that life can start to feel like a series of anticipations that never quite deliver, especially when the rewards are designed to keep you anticipating the next thing. Some products, platforms, and experiences keep you in a state of almost finished, almost leveled up, almost satisfied, almost at the next milestone. That almost keeps prediction error alive. The catch never fully arrives because the system quickly offers a new cue, a new target, a new maybe. If you want to notice this gently in your own life, you can pay attention to the moment when the urge begins and the moment when it ends. Not in a judgmental way, more like you're observing an animal in the wild. When you want something, what exactly are you imagining? Are you imagining the experience itself, or are you imagining the relief of not wanting? That second one is surprisingly common. Sometimes what you want is not the thing, but the end of the tension. Desire can be uncomfortable. It's a leaning forward state. So the brain predicts that getting the reward will collapse the tension and feel calming. But if the reward is brief and the mind quickly moves to the next target, the tension returns. That can lead to a pattern where you keep chasing not because the rewards are wonderful, but because you're trying to solve the discomfort of wanting. It's like trying to scratch an itch that keeps relocating. This is also why more can feel like it moves away from you. You get the thing, the prediction becomes accurate, the excitement shifts to the next cue, and now the next thing looks brighter. It's not that you're choosing to be dissatisfied. It's that your brain is doing what it does with learned rewards. It moves the motivational spotlight to wherever it can still gain new information and still experience positive surprise. There's a small but important comfort in recognizing that the chase beating the catch is not evidence that life is empty. It's evidence that your brain is a learning machine. Learning machines are sensitive to changes, not constants. They're tuned to differences, not stable baselines. The same mechanism that can make you restless is also what helps you learn languages, build skills, improve health, and adapt to new situations. It keeps you curious. It keeps you exploring. It keeps you from getting stuck when change is needed. At the same time, when this mechanism runs on fast, low-effort rewards all day, it can train your brain to expect constant stimulation and constant small surprises. Then slower rewards, like deep relationships, long-term projects, and quiet contentment, can feel less gripping at first. They don't deliver frequent prediction errors. They don't produce a steady stream of better-than-expected moments. They produce something else: stability, meaning, familiarity, gradual growth. Those are valuable, but they don't always light up the chase circuitry in the same way. That doesn't mean they're less real. It means they're valued by different systems in the brain, including systems related to safety, attachment, and calm. If you're listening to this as you wind down for sleep, you can let that last point settle without doing anything about it. You don't need to fix your brain tonight. You can simply notice that part of your restlessness may come from a system that is doing its job, looking for differences, scanning for surprises, trying to learn what matters. And when you understand that, the feeling of "why can't I just be satisfied" softens into a more practical question. What has my brain been trained to expect, And how quickly does it adjust when expectations become routine? Because once you see how fast the brain normalizes a reward, it becomes easier to understand a related pattern that shows up across money, achievements, possessions, and even life circumstances. The baseline keeps shifting. What used to feel like enough becomes ordinary, and ordinary becomes invisible, and then the pursuit system starts pointing beyond it. That shifting baseline is where we're naturally headed next, because it's one of the clearest reasons the feeling of more can persist even when your life has improved in real ways. There's a particular moment most people recognize if they've ever reached a goal that once felt huge. You get what you were aiming for, and for a little while it feels like the world has shifted. You might feel lighter, proud, relieved, maybe even a little stunned that it actually happened. And then, often sooner than you expected, life starts to feel normal again. Not bad, not empty, just normal. The new job becomes your job. The new apartment becomes your apartment. The new routine becomes routine. The thing you wanted so badly becomes part of the background, like a piece of furniture you stop noticing unless you stub your toe on it. And when that normalization happens, a quiet question tends to arrive. Why doesn't this feel as good as I thought it would for longer? Why does enough seem to slide away? That sliding is what people mean when they talk about the hedonic treadmill. The phrase sounds dramatic, but the basic idea is simple and very human. Your mind and body adjust to changes, especially repeated changes, and once you adjust, your baseline shifts. You don't stay at the same level of excitement or satisfaction about the same thing forever. You adapt, and because you adapt, the things that once felt like more than enough can start to feel like just enough, and just enough can start to feel like not enough. It can happen with money, with status, with comfort, with experiences, with attention, and even with the way you think about yourself. If you're listening and thinking, yes, that's exactly what happens to me, it can be tempting to blame yourself. People sometimes call it being ungrateful, or having a never-satisfied personality. But from a biological perspective, adaptation is not a personal defect. It's a basic function of nervous systems. Your senses adapt, your eyes adjust to light, your nose stops noticing a smell after a while, your skin stops registering a constant touch. Your brain adapts too, not only to physical sensations but to emotional states and living conditions. That adaptability is one of the reasons humans can survive and function across radically different environments. It's also one of the reasons happiness feels hard to hold still. To understand why enough keeps moving, it helps to picture what the brain is trying to do. The brain is not designed to keep you in a permanent state of delight. It's designed to keep you alive and effective. Delight is nice, but it's not the core mission. From the brain's perspective, the most important thing is to notice changes that matter for survival and well-being. When something improves, that change is worth noticing. It might mean more safety, more resources, more control, more social support. Your brain pays attention and it feels good because feeling good helps reinforce behaviors that led to improvement. But if the improvement becomes stable, it stops being urgent information. The system steps back. The feeling settles. The improvement becomes the new normal. There's a gentle irony here. We often chase a better life so we can finally relax, but the very system that helps us chase improvements is built to stop reacting strongly once the improvement is secure. That system doesn't want to keep spending energy celebrating what is now predictable. It wants to scan for what's next, what might be missing, what might threaten the new stability, and what other opportunities might exist. In a dangerous world, that scanning is protective. In a modern world, it can feel like a restless engine that never lets you rest in what you have. The treadmill metaphor fits because it captures the sense of running without arriving. You move forward, but the scenery doesn't change as much as you hoped, because your internal reference point keeps shifting. That reference point is important. Happiness, satisfaction, and enough are rarely measured in absolute terms inside the brain. They're often measured relative to what you're used to, and relative to what you expect. If your expectations rise, your sense of enough rises with them. If your environment changes, your baseline updates. The brain is a comparison machine. It compares now to before, now to expected, and now to others. This is where the connection to the previous idea, prediction error, becomes obvious. The dopamine-driven pursuit system becomes most active when something is better than expected. That better than expected feeling is a positive prediction error. It's a signal that says, update your model, this is valuable. But once the new thing becomes expected, the prediction error shrinks. The emotional highlight fades. Even if the thing remains objectively good, it stops feeling like a fresh win. It becomes part of the predicted landscape. If you're someone who is sensitive to that shift, you can end up chasing new wins simply to recreate the sensation of improvement, because improvement feels alive in a way that stability sometimes doesn't. This doesn't mean stability is worthless. It means stability is quiet. Your nervous system often treats quiet as neutral, unless you deliberately tune into it. In fact, one of the skills behind lasting contentment is learning to register quiet positives as real, even when they don't come with fireworks. But the brain doesn't automatically do that, because it evolved under conditions where attention to change was more important than appreciation of constant comfort. Another way to think about it is that the brain has a kind of emotional thermostat. When something pushes the temperature up, you notice it. But then the thermostat starts regulating. It brings you back toward baseline. That baseline is not fixed in a strict sense. It can change over a lifetime, and it can be influenced by long-term stress, social environment, sleep, health, relationships, and meaning. But in the short to medium term, many people have a tendency to drift back toward a familiar emotional zone after big positive or negative events. This is not always true, and there are important exceptions, especially with trauma, chronic stress, or major life disruptions. Still, the general tendency toward adaptation is common enough that it shows up across many studies of well-being. People often overestimate how long a good event will make them feel good, and overestimate how long a bad event will make them feel bad. The mind is surprisingly elastic. That elasticity is part of what makes humans resilient. If you never adapted downward after a loss, you might never function again. If you never adapted upward after a gain, you might stay in a fragile state where small setbacks feel catastrophic because you're dependent on constant high emotion. Adaptation helps you keep moving. It helps you get used to what you must live with, and helps you stop burning energy reacting to what has become stable. But the treadmill effect shows up most clearly when the gains are frequent, and the environment makes upgrading easy. Imagine a simple example with money. You get a raise. For a few weeks or months, it feels like relief. Bills feel less tight. You can breathe. Maybe you treat yourself. Then you adjust. Maybe your spending grows to match the new income, because your brain and your habits start treating that level as normal. You might choose a nicer grocery store. You might move to a better place. You might subscribe to a few more services. None of this is wrong. It's a natural way people respond to increased resources. The problem is that once those changes become routine, the original raise no longer feels like a raise. It feels like the baseline. The mind then starts thinking about what would be possible with the next raise, or what other people with similar roles make, or what you still can't afford. Enough moves because the internal measurement has updated. This is often called lifestyle creep, and it's one of the most common modern treadmill patterns. It's not just spending, it's also convenience. You get used to a certain speed of service, a certain level of comfort, a certain quality of product, and then anything below that feels annoying. Your nervous system adapts to the new standard. Once the standard is established, it stops feeling like a special privilege and starts feeling like how things should be. That sense of should is powerful because it influences satisfaction. If you believe something is normal and deserved, you don't experience it as a gift. You experience it as expected. And expected things don't generate the same emotional payoff. The same pattern happens with achievements. You finish a degree, publish something, get promoted, complete a big project. The first time, it can feel like a major identity shift. You might feel proud and energized. Then with time, it becomes part of your identity. Of course I did that. And once it becomes part of who you are, the mind looks for the next thing that would make you feel that surge again. This is especially common in people who have learned to regulate their self-worth through achievement. The treadmill becomes not just more, but more proof. More evidence that you're capable, valuable, safe, impressive, not behind. The achievements keep coming, but the peace doesn't always follow, because the baseline moves and the mind quietly rewrites history so the old wins feel smaller than they did when you were reaching for them. Even in relationships, adaptation plays a role. The early stage of connection often includes novelty, uncertainty, and intense attention. Those factors create strong motivation and excitement. Over time, as the relationship becomes stable, your brain adapts. The stability can become deeply comforting, but the excitement may soften. Some people interpret that softness as loss of love. Sometimes it's simply the brain settling into a different mode. Early pursuit and long-term attachment are not identical. If you expect the same intense rush forever, you might keep looking for more, even when what you have is good. That doesn't mean everyone should accept boredom. It means it's useful to know what the brain is doing so you don't misread the shift. The treadmill is also powered by something that sounds almost too obvious. The brain gets used to good news quickly because it has to. If it didn't, you would be overwhelmed by constant gratitude to the point where you couldn't function. Imagine if every time you turned on a light you felt the same amazement you felt the first time you saw electricity work. Imagine if every time you had clean water you felt the same wonder you might feel if you had grown up hauling water from a river. The wonder would be real, but it would also be exhausting. The brain normalizes so you can focus on problems and opportunities. It's a practical design. And in a world of constant improvements, normalization happens all the time. One of the most important pieces of this story is that adaptation doesn't only happen to positive things. It also happens to negative things. People can get used to stressors, crowded spaces, noisy streets, high workloads, and chronic worry to a degree. And that can lead to a strange phenomenon. You can live in a state that is not good for you, and treat it as normal simply because you've adapted. That's the other side of the thermostat. The baseline doesn't always move in a healthy direction. If you spend months in a high-stress job, your nervous system can start treating tension as normal. Then, when things finally calm down, calm can feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. You might find yourself creating problems, checking things, seeking stimulation, or chasing new goals just to recreate the arousal state your body has come to expect. In that case, more isn't just about pleasure. It's about matching the nervous system's learned level of activation. That's one reason tired people and stressed people often want more of the fast stuff. More scrolling, more snacks, more purchases, more stimulation, more reassurance. They're not only chasing enjoyment, they're trying to regulate an internal state. The treadmill becomes a coping mechanism. The baseline moves toward agitation, and the brain tries to manage it with quick rewards that offer temporary relief. The relief works for a moment, and then the underlying state returns, and the treadmill starts again. Understanding this is important because it shifts the question from "why can't I be satisfied?" to "what state is my nervous system in, and what is it trying to fix?" Another force that keeps enough moving is reference points that come from other people. Even if your life improves, your satisfaction can shrink if you're constantly exposed to someone else's highlight reel or someone else's higher baseline. Humans have always compared themselves to others because it helped us navigate social hierarchies and cooperation. In a small group, comparison is information. It tells you where you stand, who has resources, who has influence, who might be a threat, who might be a partner. In modern life, comparison has no natural limit. You can compare yourself to thousands of people in a day, many of whom you'll never meet, many of whom are presenting curated versions of their lives. When your brain uses those images as a reference point, your internal enough marker shifts upward, often unrealistically. You can go from feeling grateful for a weekend off to feeling behind because someone else is travelling. You can go from feeling proud of your progress to feeling inadequate because someone else seems to progress faster. The baseline moves and you feel a new gap, and the gap feels like desire. From inside the brain, that gap is motivating. It's the same pursuit system. Close the gap. The trouble is that the gap can be endless if the reference point keeps updating. You close one gap and then you see a new one. The treadmill becomes a social treadmill, where enough is not about your needs, but about where you stand on an imagined ladder. And because ladders in large societies have infinite rungs, the mind can keep climbing without ever reaching a place that feels secure. There's also a cognitive aspect to the treadmill that shows up in how the mind tells stories about the future. People tend to believe that a certain change will fix a general feeling. If I just get that job, I'll finally feel settled. If I just buy that thing, I'll finally feel satisfied. If I just reach that milestone, I'll finally relax. Those sentences are natural. They're how the brain organizes motivation. The problem is that the feeling you're trying to fix is often influenced by many factors at once: sleep, stress, relationships, meaning, physical health, social environment. A single change can help, but it rarely solves the whole emotional system, so the brain reaches the milestone and discovers that some of the old feelings are still there. Then it concludes the solution must be another milestone, maybe the next one. That's the treadmill in narrative form. This is not to say goals are pointless. Goals are useful. They give structure and direction. They can lead to real improvements. The treadmill becomes problematic when you expect the goal to deliver a lasting emotional state that is actually produced by daily conditions and nervous system regulation. In other words, you can't outsource contentment entirely to a future event. The brain will adapt to the event. If the daily conditions remain stressful or lonely or chaotic, the baseline will drag you back. So your desire can become endless, because you're using pursuit to solve a problem that pursuit alone can't solve. If you want a gentle way to notice the treadmill without turning it into a harsh self-audit, pay attention to the speed of your adjustment. How quickly does something become normal for you? Some people adapt very quickly to improvements. They enjoy the initial lift and then move on. Others savor longer. Neither is better, it's just different nervous systems, different habits of attention, different life histories. But noticing your adjustment speed can help you predict when the more feeling will return. It can also help you realize that the return of desire is not a verdict on the quality of your life. It's often just your brain updating. There's a quiet kind of humor in how universal this is. People will buy a new item, feel delighted, and then start noticing a tiny flaw that wasn't there before. Or they'll upgrade something and suddenly be irritated by things that used to feel fine. It can feel ridiculous, like your brain is a picky roommate who is never satisfied. But that roommate is doing a form of quality control. It's scanning for what could be better, because improvement once mattered for survival. In a calmer world, you can smile at the roommate, thank it for its concern, and decide whether the complaint is actually useful. This is also where gratitude practices and savouring can have real biological impact, not because they are magical, but because they train attention. If adaptation makes the good stuff fade into the background, attention can bring it forward again. When you deliberately notice stable comforts, you're essentially counteracting the brain's habit of ignoring constants. You're telling the nervous system, this matters too, even if it's not new. That can soften the treadmill, not by eliminating desire, but by giving your brain more signals of enough in the present. It can reduce the sense of gap. At the same time, it's worth being honest that attention training has limits if the environment keeps pushing the baseline upward. If you're constantly exposed to curated comparison, constant advertising, constant upgrade culture, and constant cues telling you you're missing out, your brain will be pulled toward more, no matter how mindful you are. The treadmill is not just inside you, it's also around you. That's why understanding the biology matters. It helps you see that wanting more is not purely a personal failing. It's also a predictable response to an environment that keeps presenting better as the default. And if you're listening late at night, maybe in bed, there's a sleepy friendly way to hold all of this. You can treat the treadmill as a background mechanism rather than an enemy. Your brain adapts, your baseline shifts. That's part of being alive. The goal is not to stop wanting entirely. The goal is to notice when the baseline has moved so you don't panic and assume you've lost something. You can say to yourself, "This is the normal fade of novelty and surprise. It doesn't mean the thing is worthless, it means my brain is efficient." Once you see that, another question naturally appears. If the brain adapts quickly to stable rewards, what kinds of rewards keep the pursuit system activated? What makes the brain lean forward again and again? One of the most reliable answers is newness. Not always dramatic newness, sometimes small variations, small surprises, small changes. Newness is one of the easiest ways to generate prediction errors, and prediction errors are one of the easiest ways to keep desire awake. Which means the next step is to look closely at why your brain is so drawn to what's new, why fresh feels valuable even when familiar is actually safe, and how the search for novelty can quietly keep the feeling of more humming in the background of everyday life. There's a reason a brand new thing can feel more exciting than a good thing you already have, even when the good thing is objectively better for your life. It's not only advertising, and it's not only weak willpower, it's a built-in feature of how brains learn. A nervous system is not like a museum that keeps every experience on display at the same brightness forever. It's more like a spotlight operator with a limited battery. It has to choose what to illuminate, and it tends to aim that light at what is changing, uncertain, or newly relevant. Novelty is almost guaranteed to get the light because novelty is information. In the wild, new information could mean a new food source, a new danger, a new ally, a new tool, a new path, a new season. Treating new things as important was not a quirky personality trait. It was a survival skill. When you think about novelty hunger, it helps to separate the word new into a few different meanings, because your brain doesn't treat all newness the same. There is novelty as in something you've never encountered. There is novelty as in something familiar in a slightly different form. There is novelty as in a new social signal, like a new message or a new reaction. There is novelty as in a new environment, like a different street, a different room, a different place. And there is novelty as in a new idea, a new explanation, a new story. These different kinds of newness can all feed the same underlying appetite, the appetite for updates. Your brain wants to reduce uncertainty and improve its internal map of the world, and newness is where the map gets updated. That appetite has a physical signature. When something new appears, you can feel your attention sharpen. Your eyes might widen slightly. Your body leans in. You stop daydreaming and become more awake. Sometimes that's pleasant, like curiosity. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, like alertness that borders on stress. That's because novelty sits right between opportunity and threat. In nature, something new might be food, or it might be a predator. So your brain approaches novelty with a mix of attraction and caution. You can feel both in the body. Interest pulls you forward, caution holds you back. If the new thing seems safe and potentially rewarding, the pull wins. If it seems risky, the caution wins. At a basic level, novelty is rewarding because it reduces uncertainty. This may sound odd because novelty is uncertainty in the moment, but it offers a path to certainty. When you explore something new, you learn. The brain likes learning because learning makes future predictions easier. That's why some kinds of novelty feel satisfying even when they're not pleasurable in a simple way. Reading a new explanation, discovering a new pattern, figuring out how something works, solving a puzzle, or learning a new skill can create a sense of reward that isn't about comfort. It's about having a better model of the world. That model has survival value, and the brain treats it as important. There are brain systems specifically involved in novelty detection. You don't need a list of anatomy to understand the point, but it's useful to know that the hippocampus, which is important for memory and context, plays a major role in noticing what is new. The hippocampus compares incoming information to stored patterns. When something doesn't match, it flags it. That flag can then influence other systems, including dopamine pathways that relate to motivation and learning. In simple terms, novelty gets marked as pay attention, and that attention can come with a small reward signal, because paying attention and learning from novelty has historically been useful. This is one reason novelty and dopamine are so closely linked in everyday experience. If dopamine is largely about pursuit and learning, novelty is one of the cleanest triggers for pursuit and learning. Newness contains potential for positive prediction errors. It might be better than expected. It might teach you something valuable. It might lead to a reward you didn't know existed. So the pursuit system becomes active. You can feel this when you start a new series, when you open a new app, when you walk into a new store, when you meet a new person, when you begin a new project. Even if the actual reward turns out to be average, the beginning phase often feels energized because the possibilities are wide. This helps explain a familiar pattern. Beginnings are exciting, middles are harder, endings can be flat. A new hobby is thrilling at first because every session brings rapid learning and visible progress. Then you reach the stage where improvement is slower, where the basics are done, where you have to practice the same movements repeatedly. The novelty drops. The brain no longer gets frequent better than expected signals. The pursuit system quiets down. The hobby might still be meaningful, but the buzz is softer, so you have to rely on something other than novelty to continue, like commitment, values, or enjoyment of the process. That shift is normal, but many people interpret it as a sign they chose the wrong thing. Sometimes the thing is wrong. Often it's simply that the novelty phase ended. The same pattern appears in consumer desire. The new item is exciting, not only because of what it does, but because it changes your experience. It changes your routine. It changes what you notice. For a while, it feels like an upgrade to your life. Then the brain adapts and it becomes the background. Novelty hunger then points outward again. What else could change my routine? If your brain is used to solving boredom or discomfort by adding new things, novelty becomes the default tool. You feel flat. You look for new. You feel stressed. You look for new. You feel uncertain. You look for new information, new reassurance, new plans. Newness becomes the lever you keep pulling. There's also a subtle effect novelty has on the way time feels. When you experience a lot of novelty, your brain forms more distinct memories. Those distinct memories make a period of time feel fuller when you look back on it. Weeks with new experiences can feel long in hindsight because there are more memory markers. In contrast, weeks with repetitive routines can feel like they disappeared because the brain stores fewer unique snapshots. This can create another motivation to chase novelty. When life feels like it's going too fast, people sometimes reach for new experiences because new experiences make time feel more substantial. That can be a healthy impulse when it leads to learning and meaningful variation. It can also turn into compulsive novelty chasing when the newness is shallow and constant, because shallow novelty can create stimulation without leaving deep memory traces. Modern life offers a special kind of novelty, endless small updates. In nature, novelty came in larger units, a new place, a new season, a new animal, a new plant, a new tool. In modern digital environments, novelty can arrive in tiny fragments, delivered continuously. A new post, a new headline, a new short video, a new comment, a new image, a new recommendation. Each fragment is a small surprise, and your brain treats it as an opportunity to update. The result is that the novelty detection system can stay switched on for long stretches. That can feel exciting, but it can also feel tiring, because novelty is arousal. It activates attention. It keeps you slightly on. If you do that all day, your nervous system may struggle to settle at night, not because you did something immoral, but because you trained your brain to expect constant newness. This is one reason scrolling can feel both enjoyable and empty. It delivers novelty, but the novelty is not necessarily tied to a meaningful goal. or a stable reward. It's novelty for novelty's sake. Your brain keeps chasing the next update because the next update might be the one that is surprisingly good. That might keeps the pursuit system engaged. Meanwhile, because the novelty is fragmented, you often don't get the deeper satisfaction that comes from building something, finishing something, or connecting deeply with someone. You get stimulation without completion. Stimulation is not the same as nourishment. The nervous system can mistake stimulation for alive, and then calm can feel dull, which pushes you back toward more stimulation. That loop is one way novelty hunger can quietly drive the feeling of always wanting more. Novelty hunger is also shaped by your internal state. When you're tired, novelty can feel more appealing because it provides a quick boost in alertness. When you're bored, novelty feels like relief because it breaks monotony. When you're anxious, novelty can be a way to distract yourself or to search for information that reduces uncertainty. That last one is important. Anxiety often produces a craving for certainty. The mind starts scanning for answers. It reads, searches, checks, asks, rehearses. This is novelty hunger applied to information. Your brain is trying to update its model so it can stop feeling uncertain. Sometimes this is useful, like researching something genuinely important. Sometimes it becomes a loop where you keep seeking new information, because no amount of information fully dissolves the feeling, especially if the feeling is coming from stress chemistry rather than from a solvable external problem. Some people have a stronger trait-level pull toward novelty than others. In personality research, there are traits like novelty-seeking and openness to experience. These traits have biological components, but they're also shaped by life experiences. If you grew up in a safe environment where exploration was rewarded, novelty may feel mostly exciting. If you grew up in an unpredictable or unsafe environment, novelty may feel more threatening, and you may prefer routines. Neither style is superior. They are adaptations. Even within one person, novelty hunger can change across life stages. During adolescence and young adulthood, novelty seeking tends to be higher on average, which makes sense. Those are periods where exploring the world and finding new social bonds and new opportunities can shape your future. As people age and seek stability, novelty hunger may soften, but modern environments can keep stimulating novelty hunger regardless of age, because the cues are constant. It's also worth noticing that novelty is not just external. Your brain can create novelty internally through imagination and planning. You can get a rush from thinking about a new project even before doing it. You can feel excited by planning a trip, sometimes more than by being on the trip. You can feel energized by brainstorming a new version of your life, even if you never take the steps. In those cases, novelty hunger is feeding on possibility, not reality. Possibility is a kind of mental novelty. It creates new scenarios, new pathways, new outcomes. That can be inspiring, and it can also become a trap if you use planning as a substitute for action. The brain gets the pursuit buzz from imagining, and then, when action requires effort and repetition, the novelty fades and you jump to a new idea. This is one reason some people have many exciting beginnings and fewer satisfying finishes. It's not laziness, it's the brain's preference for high novelty states. A gentle way to see how this works is to pay attention to the moment you feel the urge to switch tasks. You're reading, and then you want to check something else. You're working, and then you want to open a new tab. You're watching, and then you want to look for another video. That urge is often novelty hunger. The current activity has become predictable, so your brain is seeking a new stream of inputs. It's like the brain says, I've extracted what I can from this, what else is there? In a world where switching is easy, the brain learns that it can always get fresh input by changing the channel. Over time, that can reduce tolerance for the normal phase of any activity, the phase where progress is slow and rewards are delayed. Novelty hunger also interacts with the hedonic treadmill in a very direct way. Adaptation makes the current reward less emotionally bright. Novelty offers a quick way to restore brightness, so the brain learns, when the glow fades, seek something new. this becomes an automatic strategy. The trouble is that if the strategy becomes constant, you end up living in a series of short-lived glows rather than building deeper satisfaction. Deep satisfaction often comes from familiarity, competence, and connection. Those require time. They require staying with something after the newness wears off. If you constantly jump to the next novelty, you keep yourself in the excited beginner state, which can feel good, but you also keep yourself from the steadier kind of reward that comes from mastery and trust. Mastery is a particularly interesting counterpoint to novelty. In early learning, novelty is high and progress is fast. Then progress slows, but something else becomes available. Competence. Competence is rewarding in a different way. It makes action smoother. It reduces friction. It creates a quiet confidence that you can handle a situation. The brain values competence because it improves survival. But competence doesn't always produce the sharp spikes that novelty produces. It produces stability and control. If you've been trained by constant novelty, you might not register competence as rewarding, even though it is. You might overlook it. That's one reason people sometimes abandon good routines right when they start getting good at them. The routine feels less exciting because it's no longer new, and they interpret less exciting as less valuable. Connection has a similar pattern. New social interactions can feel energizing because they are full of uncertainty and new information. You're learning a person, you're getting feedback, there are surprises. Long-term connection is built on predictability, trust, and mutual understanding. That predictability can feel calming, but it can also feel less stimulating. If someone is chasing novelty in relationships, they may confuse stimulation with love and calm with boredom. Sometimes the relationship truly lacks vitality. Other times the relationship has shifted into a healthier attachment mode that the novelty-hungry brain doesn't recognize as rewarding at first. This is not a judgment. It's just a description of how different brain systems respond to different phases. Modern media can make this confusion worse because it constantly presents newness as excitement and excitement as the measure of a good life. A feed is essentially a novelty dispenser. It trains you to expect a new image, a new story, a new joke, a new outrage, a new trend. If you consume that pattern for hours, you may find ordinary life feels strangely muted afterward. The brain is not broken in that moment, it's recalibrated. It's like your ears after loud music. Silence feels too quiet. You need time to adapt back. If you never give yourself that time, you keep needing louder stimulation to feel engaged, which can look like wanting more and more. None of this means novelty is bad. Novelty is essential. It keeps life flexible. It keeps you learning. It can protect you from stagnation. It can bring joy, creativity, and growth. The problem is not novelty itself. The problem is unmanaged novelty hunger, where the pursuit of new becomes the default solution to discomfort, and where constant stimulation replaces deeper satisfaction. A practical way to manage novelty hunger is to create a difference between novelty that builds your life and novelty that merely fills time. Novelty that builds your life includes learning a skill, exploring a place with attention, meeting people in ways that deepen connection, reading something that changes your understanding, trying a new healthy routine, creating something, volunteering, doing meaningful work. This kind of novelty often has a slower reward curve, but it leaves you with more than a momentary jolt. Novelty that merely fills time can be fine in small doses, but it often leaves little residue. It gives you a quick shift and then you're back where you started. Another gentle approach is to make novelty smaller and more local. People often chase big novelty because they think that's the only kind that counts. But the brain's novelty detector doesn't require a new continent. It can be satisfied by subtle changes if you let yourself notice them. A different walking route, a new recipe, a different music album, a conversation with someone you usually keep small talk with, a new way of arranging your workspace. Even paying attention to details you usually ignore can create a sense of newness, because attention itself can reveal new information. This is one reason mindfulness practices can reduce novelty chasing. When you pay attention, the familiar becomes more detailed. More detail creates more information. More information reduces the urge to seek new inputs elsewhere. There's also the idea of a novelty budget, which is simply the recognition that your nervous system has a limited capacity for new stimulation before it becomes stressed. Too much novelty can be as exhausting as too little. If you've ever travelled and felt both thrilled and exhausted, you've felt this. New places are full of sensory input, navigation decisions, social signals, and uncertainty. Your brain works harder. The excitement is real, but the fatigue is too. In daily life, constant digital novelty can produce the same fatigue, even if you never leave your couch. Your brain is still processing new signals. If you find yourself craving more and more while also feeling drained, it can be a sign that your system is overloaded, not underfed. A final point that connects novelty hunger to the larger theme of always wanting more is that novelty is not only about objects and experiences, it's also about your sense of self. People often chase more because they want a new feeling about who they are, a new identity, a new story, a new sense of possibility. That's not trivial, it's deeply human. But it means novelty hunger can show up as constant self-reinvention or constant dissatisfaction with the current version of you. In those cases, more is not about consumption, it's about becoming. Becoming can be healthy when it's guided by values and steady steps. It becomes exhausting when it's driven by the need for constant emotional novelty, because the self cannot be rebuilt every week without losing a sense of continuity. If you're listening in a sleepy state, you don't need to analyze your life right now. You can simply let the main idea settle. Your brain loves newness because newness is information, and information helped your ancestors survive. That love of newness can make the early phase of anything feel especially rewarding. It can make the chase feel bright. It can also make stable good things fade into the background, which pushes enough forward and keeps more alive. As we keep going, it's useful to notice that novelty hunger doesn't operate in a vacuum. What feels new and valuable is often shaped by what other people are doing and what other people seem to have. Your brain doesn't only seek newness, it also seeks signals about your standing, your belonging, and your safety in a social world. And that's where wanting can become less about curiosity and more about comparison. If novelty is one of the quickest ways to wake up the pursuit system, comparison is one of the quickest ways to give that pursuit a direction. Newness can be random, like a new video or a new idea drifting into your attention. Comparison is more pointed. It turns wanting into a measurement. It takes the question, do I want this? And quietly replaces it with, do I have enough compared to them? And because humans are social animals, that second question can feel urgent even when the first question would have been calm. Most people can recognize this in a simple moment. You're doing fine. Your day is ordinary. Your life might not be perfect, but it's stable. Then you see something. Someone's promotion, someone's holiday photos, someone's new purchase, someone's relationship announcement, someone's fitness progress, someone's new home. Sometimes you feel happy for them and nothing else, but sometimes you feel a small pinch. It can be subtle, almost like a physical sensation in the chest or stomach. It can be followed by a thought that comes quickly and automatically. I should be doing better. I'm behind. Why don't I have that? Maybe I need to upgrade. That pinches comparison pressure, and it can transform a quiet life into a problem that needs solving. From the outside, it can look shallow, especially when it's about objects. From the inside, it often doesn't feel shallow at all. It can feel like safety. It can feel like dignity. It can feel like belonging. That's because comparison is tied to a very old question. Where do I stand in the group? For most of human history, that question mattered in direct ways. If you were valued, you had allies. If you were respected, you were more likely to be helped. If you were ignored or pushed out, you were more vulnerable. So the brain evolved to keep track of social signals and social rank, not as a hobby, but as a survival tool. It's important to name something plainly here. Comparison is not an invention of social media. People compared themselves long before phones existed. In small groups, comparison can be useful. It helps you learn skills by watching others. It helps you calibrate behavior by noticing what is rewarded or punished. It can motivate cooperation and contribution. It can also motivate improvement. The issue is not that comparison exists. The issue is that modern life can amplify it, stretch it far beyond what the brain evolved to handle, and attach it to endless markers of status that can never fully settle. To understand why wanting what others have can feel so compelling, it helps to look at what the brain is actually tracking when it compares. It's not only tracking the object, it's tracking what the object signals. In a social world, objects and achievements often function as signals of resources, competence, and belonging. A new car might signal money, stability, success, or taste. A fancy holiday might signal freedom and social standing. A job title might signal competence and respect. Even subtle things like clothing brands, home design, or the restaurant someone posts from can function as status signals. Your brain doesn't always consciously translate these signals into words, but it reacts to them. It treats them as information about the social landscape. This is where comparison pressure becomes emotional. When the brain perceives that someone else has a signal that implies higher status or greater resources, it can trigger feelings like envy, jealousy, shame, or anxiety. Those words can carry moral judgment in everyday conversation, but biologically they are more like alert signals. They say, pay attention. There may be a gap that matters. In an ancestral context, a meaningful gap might mean you have less access to food, shelter, mates, or protection. In a modern context, the gap might be symbolic, but the emotional alarm can still sound, because the brain doesn't always distinguish between symbolic and survival-relevant gaps in a clean way. It also helps to separate envy from admiration, because they can feel similar at first. Admiration is often energizing. It says, "That's impressive. I can learn from it." Envy often has a bitter edge. It says, "That should be me," or "It's not fair," or "I'm lesser." Sometimes envy can be mixed with admiration. You can genuinely respect someone and still feel pain about your own position. That mix is common, and it can be confusing, but it makes sense if you remember that comparison is not a single emotion. It's a process that can trigger multiple emotions depending on your goals, your self-esteem, your social environment, and your sense of security. Comparison pressure is also shaped by what the brain calls relative status. Humans respond strongly to relative differences, not just absolute levels. You can be doing objectively well and still feel dissatisfied if the people around you appear to be doing better. This is why a pay raise can feel wonderful until you discover a colleague earns more. The money in your bank account didn't change, but your reference point did. The brain uses reference points because reference points are faster than calculating absolute value in a complex world. If everyone around you has enough, you likely have enough. If everyone around you is struggling, you may also be struggling. The brain uses social information as a shortcut for judging your own situation. The shortcut works reasonably well in a small group with shared conditions, but it becomes unreliable in a world where you can compare yourself to almost anyone. When your reference group becomes the internet, your brain is no longer comparing itself to people living similar lives with similar constraints. It's comparing itself to carefully selected highlights from many different contexts, some of them shaped by wealth, privilege, professional teams, and curated images. Even if you know logically that you're seeing only highlights, your nervous system can still react as if the comparison is real, because the emotional system responds to what is presented, not to your footnotes. There's a particular feature of modern comparison that makes it especially potent: constant exposure. In the past, you compared yourself mostly to people you saw in person, and to a limited number of visible standards. Now you can see dozens, hundreds, or thousands of status signals per day without leaving your room. Your brain's social tracking system was not designed for that volume. It was designed for a tribe-sized network where each comparison had context and consequences. When the brain receives endless comparisons without context, it can remain in a low-level state of status vigilance. It keeps scanning, it keeps measuring, it keeps updating your sense of where you stand. That vigilance can easily turn into wanting. Another reason comparison pressure creates desire is that it attaches wanting to identity. When you want something because it signals status, you're often not just wanting the object, you're wanting a version of yourself. You're wanting to be the kind of person who has it. That can sound dramatic, but in daily life it can be simple. You want to be seen as competent, attractive, successful, interesting, in control. Those are identity goals, and they matter because identity influences belonging. If you think a certain object or achievement will place you in a safer or more respected social category, your desire for it becomes charged. This is why you can crave things that you don't even enjoy that much. The enjoyment is secondary. The signal is primary. A person might chase a prestigious job that makes them miserable because it signals worth. Someone might buy an expensive item they barely use because it signals taste. Someone might overwork to earn admiration, even when the admiration doesn't last because the fear of being less is louder than the actual pleasure of achievement. These are not always conscious choices. They're often driven by learned associations. When I achieve, I feel safer. When I look successful, people treat me better. When I have what others have, I don't feel left out. There's also the role of belonging. Sometimes the desire triggered by comparison is not about being above others, but about not being excluded. You see a group of friends doing something without you, and you want to be included. You see people sharing a common experience, and you want to be part of it. In consumer terms, this becomes fear of missing out, but at its core it's fear of exclusion. Exclusion has always been painful for social animals. The brain has circuits that respond to social rejection in ways that overlap with physical pain responses. That's not a metaphor. Social pain and physical pain share some underlying processing. This is why being left out can hurt, and why the desire to avoid that feeling can be intense. Wanting what others have can sometimes be an attempt to avoid that pain, to stay inside the circle. Comparison pressure can also shape desire by shifting what you pay attention to. When you compare, you become more sensitive to what you lack. The mind begins to scan your environment for evidence of your position. You notice your older phone, your smaller apartment, your less impressive resume, your less exciting weekend plans. This scanning creates a feedback loop. The more you notice gaps, the more you feel driven to close them. And because closing gaps can be rewarding in the short term, the brain learns to keep scanning. It becomes a habit of attention. Another common feature of comparison is that it distorts memory and imagination. When you compare yourself to someone who seems ahead, you may forget your own progress. You may also underestimate the cost behind their success. You see the finished product and not the years of work, the luck, the support, the trade-offs, the stress. This distortion is not stupidity, it's limited information. The brain fills in missing information with guesses, and the guesses tend to favour the emotional story. They have it easy, or they are naturally better, or I'm failing. Those stories amplify desire because they make the gap feel both urgent and unjust. Urgent gaps create action pressure. If you've ever felt a surge of motivation after seeing someone else succeed, that's comparison acting as a trigger for pursuit. Sometimes that can be healthy. It can push you to try harder or make changes you truly want. The danger is when the motivation is driven by a vague sense of I'm behind, rather than by a clear personal value. When you're chasing someone else's standard, you can end up running on a treadmill that never aligns with what you actually care about. It's useful to distinguish between two kinds of comparison: upward comparison and downward comparison. Upward comparison is when you compare yourself to someone you perceive as doing better. It can inspire you or discourage you. Downward comparison is when you compare yourself to someone you perceive as doing worse. It can make you feel grateful or superior. Both kinds exist. Many people naturally do both depending on mood. The reason this matters for desire is that upward comparison tends to create wanting, while downward comparison tends to create relief. But neither one necessarily creates lasting contentment. Upward comparison keeps you chasing. Downward comparison can keep you complacent or anxious about losing your position. The calm middle ground is less about comparing and more about grounding your goals in your own needs and values. But that middle ground is harder to maintain in a culture built on rankings. The brain's sensitivity to rank also shows up in subtle ways that are easy to miss. You might want more, not because you saw someone with a better object, but because you sensed a shift in how people treat you. Perhaps a colleague receives more attention. Perhaps a friend's life seems more celebrated. Perhaps you feel invisible. Those social signals can trigger a desire for recognition. Recognition is a reward in the social brain. It signals safety and belonging. When recognition is scarce, desire for it can become strong. People will chase it through achievements, through appearance, through being helpful, through being funny, through being the one who always has the answer. Again, the surface looks different, but the engine is similar. Close the social gap. This also helps explain why comparison pressure can be so intense even when you're alone. You might think comparison requires a real person in front of you, but the brain can compare to imagined standards. You can compare yourself to an ideal version of yourself. You can compare yourself to what you think you should be by a certain age. You can compare yourself to a fictional character or a public figure. You can compare yourself to a younger version of you. Those comparisons can generate the same feelings: a gap, a pinch, a desire to close it. The social brain doesn't require a physical crowd. It can generate status and belonging concerns internally, because those concerns are deeply wired. A particularly exhausting form of comparison is when it becomes constant self-evaluation. You might feel like you're always being assessed, even when nobody is actually assessing you. This is common in people who grew up with high expectations, critical environments, or unstable approval. The brain learns to anticipate judgment, because anticipating judgment can prevent rejection. If you can predict what will be criticized, you can adjust. Over time, the prediction becomes a habit. You scan yourself for flaws, you scan your life for shortcomings, and each perceived flaw becomes a desire. Fix this, improve that, get more. In that situation, always wanting more can actually be always trying to avoid being less. When you see it this way, comparison pressure starts to look less like vanity and more like threat management. The brain is trying to prevent social pain. It's trying to keep you safe in a world where social standing feels like it matters. The problem is that the modern social world can make standing feel unstable even when you are safe. Standards change quickly. Trends rise and fall. People present themselves strategically. You might receive constant signals that you're behind even when you're doing fine. The brain reacts to signals, and the signals are loud. There are also economic and cultural forces that take advantage of comparison pressure, often indirectly. Marketing frequently uses social proof. People like you have this. Successful people do that. The goal is to tie a product to identity and status. This works because your brain is already sensitive to belonging and rank. When the message suggests that owning something will move you into a better category, desire becomes more urgent. Even if you tell yourself you don't care, the nervous system still registers the social implication. It may not control you, but it can influence you more than you realize, especially when you're tired or stressed. If you want to notice comparison pressure in a calm way, you can pay attention to how your body responds when you see someone else's success. Does your chest tighten? Does your jaw set? Does your stomach drop? Do you feel a quick mental rush to plan, to fix, to buy, to work harder? That response is the survival engine translating a social cue into action readiness. It's not wrong, it's information. The question is whether the action it suggests is actually aligned with what you want for your life. There's a practical twist here that often surprises people. Comparison pressure can increase desire even when you already have something good. You might be content with your home until you see a more impressive one. You might be happy with your relationship until you see someone else's highlights. You might feel proud of your progress until you see someone who progressed faster. The comparison doesn't just create new desire, it can erase satisfaction that was already there. That can feel unfair, like someone else's life stole your peace. In a sense, it did, but only because your brain used their life as a reference point. The good news is that reference points can be changed. The brain can learn to use different comparisons, or to compare less, or to compare in a way that supports growth without undermining self-worth. One approach is to shift from rank-based comparison to learning-based comparison. Instead of asking, "Am I above or below?" you ask, "What can I learn?" That's not a motivational poster. It's a change in what the brain treats as valuable information. Rank-based comparison tends to trigger threat and urgency. Learning-based comparison tends to trigger curiosity and planning. The same external stimulus can be processed differently depending on the frame. If you see someone fit and you think, "I'm worse," you get shame and pressure. If you think, "What routines helped them?" you get curiosity. Curiosity still involves desire, but it's a calmer desire directed toward process rather than status. Another approach is to reduce exposure to the most comparison-heavy inputs at times when your nervous system is already vulnerable. Sleep deprivation, stress, hunger, and loneliness make comparison sharper. When you're depleted, the brain is more likely to interpret social signals as threats. If you scroll late at night and see a stream of other people's wins, your tired brain may interpret it as evidence that you are failing. In the morning, the same images might barely affect you, so comparison pressure is not only about what you see, it's also about your state while seeing it. There's also the quiet practice of noticing what you value when nobody is watching. Comparison pressure thrives on an audience, even an imagined one. When you ask yourself what you would choose if there were no social signal attached, you separate your values from your status anxiety. This doesn't eliminate desire, but it helps you sort it. Some wants remain because they genuinely matter to you. Others soften because they were mostly about being seen. If you're listening in a relaxed, sleepy state, you don't need to solve your relationship with comparison tonight. It's enough to recognize that wanting what others have is often the brain trying to manage belonging and status. It's an old system responding to modern inputs. It can make enough move because the reference point keeps moving. It can create desire out of thin air because someone else's signal becomes your gap. And because the brain treats gaps as problems to solve, it pushes you toward action. As we keep following this thread, it helps to notice that comparison is not the only thing that creates urgency. Even without other people, the brain can become urgent when it believes a reward is scarce or time limited. That sense of get it now can make desire spike sharply, and it can override your usual preferences. So the next piece that fits naturally here is the way scarcity and urgency signals can hijack the pursuit system, making ordinary wants feel like emergencies, even when nothing truly dangerous is happening. If comparison pressure is the feeling of being measured against other people, scarcity is the feeling of being measured against time. It takes desire and adds a countdown. It turns, "that would be nice," into, "I need to act now," sometimes in a matter of seconds. And what makes it so powerful is that it doesn't have to be real scarcity. It only has to feel like scarcity. Your brain reacts to the possibility that an opportunity might vanish, and it reacts quickly, because missing an opportunity used to carry real costs. You can probably think of a moment where this happened without much effort. You see a message, only a few left. Offer ends tonight, limited edition, last chance. Or you feel it in a more everyday way, like realizing a store is closing in 10 minutes, or a train is about to leave, or you might miss a deadline. Suddenly your body shifts, your attention narrows, your decision-making becomes faster and sometimes sloppier. Your mind starts justifying. You might buy something you weren't sure about. You might agree to something you'd normally decline. You might click yes before you fully processed what you're doing. Afterwards, when the urgency is gone, you can look back and wonder why it felt so intense. That is scarcity and urgency hijacking the pursuit system. From a biological point of view, this hijack makes a lot of sense. In the environments where our nervous systems evolved, resources were often seasonal, unpredictable, and limited. Food ripens and then rots. Water sources dry up. A safe shelter might only be available for a short time. Social opportunities like forming alliances or finding a mate might depend on timing and circumstance. If you missed the moment, you might not get another chance. So the brain developed rules of thumb that treat limited time and limited availability as important signals. One of those rules is simple: scarce things are valuable. If something is hard to get, it might be worth more effort. Another rule is even more urgent. If an opportunity is about to disappear, prioritize it now. These are not conscious rules. You don't sit there thinking, in the ancestral environment, berries were seasonal. Therefore, I should buy these shoes. Your brain doesn't reason like that. It reacts. It shifts into a mode that is designed to prevent regret and prevent loss. That mode changes how you think and how you feel. It can make your desire sharper, your patience smaller, and your tolerance for uncertainty lower. A key detail is that scarcity doesn't only increase how much you want something, it changes what you focus on. When the brain senses scarcity, it tends to narrow attention onto the scarce thing and away from everything else. This is useful if the scarce thing is truly important, like food or safety. But in modern life, the scarce thing can be symbolic, or trivial, or artificially created. Even then, the narrowing happens. You stop thinking about the bigger picture. You stop weighing alternatives. You stop asking whether this aligns with your values. You start asking, plus, will I miss out? That fear of missing out is not a trendy phrase. It's a real psychological and biological experience. It's the brain treating a potential loss as urgent. Humans are often more sensitive to losses than gains, a pattern called loss aversion. Losing something tends to feel worse than gaining the same thing feels good. This bias is also rooted in survival. If losing a resource could mean hunger or danger, it makes sense to treat losses as serious. In modern settings, loss aversion can make scarcity marketing extremely effective. If you believe you might lose the opportunity to buy something, the potential loss can feel heavier than the potential benefit of waiting. Scarcity also interacts with prediction error in a way that keeps you leaning forward. When something is scarce, the outcome becomes more uncertain. Will you get it or not? That uncertainty can increase arousal and make the reward feel more exciting. It adds a kind of game element. If you win the scarce thing, it can feel like a bigger reward than it would have felt if it were always available. That's not because the object magically changes, it's because your brain is responding to the story around it. Uncertainty, competition, urgency, and relief. Relief is an important word here. A lot of urgency-driven behavior is not about pleasure, it's about relief from tension. When something feels time-limited, your nervous system builds tension because it wants you to act. If you act, you get relief. That relief can be reinforcing. The brain learns, when scarcity tension appears, act quickly, and the tension goes away. Over time, you can become very reactive to urgency cues because you've learned that acting removes discomfort. This can create a pattern where you chase speed, not because speed makes you happy, but because speed quiets the internal pressure. There's also a psychological phenomenon called reactance that fits neatly here. Reactance is the feeling you get when you perceive your freedom of choice is being threatened. If you feel like something is being taken away from you, you can want it more, even if you didn't care much before. Scarcity triggers reactance because it implies restriction. You can't have it whenever you want. Suddenly your brain treats it as a test of autonomy. I should be able to choose. That can intensify desire. It's why a limited edition can feel more tempting than the standard version, even if you can't clearly explain why. Your brain is responding to the sense of restriction and treating the object as a symbol of freedom. Now, it's worth noting that not all scarcity is artificial. Real scarcity exists, and the brain's response to it can be sensible. If you have limited time to catch a train, urgency is appropriate. If you have limited money, you need to prioritize. If you have limited energy, you can't do everything. Those limits are real. But the brain sometimes generalizes the urgency response into places where it doesn't belong, especially when cues mimic real scarcity. A simple example is the feeling of, I need to reply right now. Many messages do not require immediate response, but notifications are designed to feel time-sensitive. They appear suddenly, often with a sound, and they interrupt what you are doing. Interruption itself is a cue that something important happened. Your brain can interpret it as urgency, even if the content is trivial. Then you check. And if there is anything even mildly rewarding, the brain learns that interrupt-driven checking can pay off. Over time, you can become trained to respond urgently to pings, because the brain has learned that the fastest way to remove the tension of what if it matters is to check. The bodily experience of urgency is also specific. You might notice a slight rise in heart rate. Your breathing may become shallower. Your muscles may tense. Your mind may become more rigid. These are not random sensations. Urgency is a form of stress response. It mobilizes you. In small doses, it can be useful. In large doses, it can make you impulsive. Under time pressure, the brain tends to rely more on habits and shortcuts. That's partly because careful deliberation takes time and energy. When the brain believes time is running out, it shifts toward faster decision-making strategies, which often means leaning on whatever behavior has worked before, even if it's not ideal in the current situation. This is why scarcity can hijack the mind so effectively. It reduces the influence of the slower, reflective parts of your decision-making and increases the influence of the faster, reactive parts. If you're already tired, stressed, or emotionally vulnerable, that shift happens even more easily. Your ability to pause and evaluate depends heavily on the state of your nervous system. When you're depleted, urgency cues have more power. A well-rested brain can say, "I'll think about it." A tired brain says, "Just do it." That's not moral weakness. It's a predictable state effect. Scarcity also changes how you perceive value. When something is scarce, it can feel more valuable even before you've evaluated it. This is a known effect in psychology. Scarcity can act as a signal of desirability. If it's rare, it must be good. Sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's completely false. In markets, scarcity can be engineered. In social life, scarcity can be constructed by gatekeeping. In digital life, scarcity can be simulated with numbers and timers. The brain still responds because it's using a heuristic, a shortcut. Shortcuts are efficient. They're also vulnerable to manipulation. One of the most effective modern urgency tools is the countdown timer, because time is a deep trigger. If you see a clock ticking down, you don't need to know anything else. Your body already understands what that means. It means act. Even children understand the pressure of time limits. This is why you can feel your chest tighten when you see a limited time offer, even if you're not sure you want the product. The timer creates a narrowing of attention. It pushes you into quick decision mode. And quick decisions tend to favor immediate rewards over long-term outcomes. Scarcity can also be social. Social scarcity is when access to people, attention, or belonging feels limited. This can be as simple as feeling like someone you care about is pulling away. Suddenly you want their attention more. You may think about them more. You may feel driven to reach out, to fix things, to secure the connection. That urgency is not just romance. It's attachment systems in the brain reacting to possible loss. Even friendships can trigger it. If you feel a group is moving on without you, you may feel an urgent desire to stay included. Social scarcity can make people do things they wouldn't normally do, not because they are irrational, but because the brain treats belonging as a resource. And because social life often involves uncertainty, Social scarcity is common. People are busy, responses are delayed, plans change. That uncertainty can create a constant background of maybe. If you're prone to anxiety, that maybe can become extremely loud, and the brain will try to solve it by seeking more information, more reassurance, more contact. In that case, urgency is not coming from a timer on a website. It's coming from a nervous system that dislikes uncertainty and treats the lack of a signal as a potential threat. There's also a subtle modern scarcity that many people carry without naming it. Time scarcity as a lifestyle. When life is packed with obligations and tasks, you can feel like you never have enough time. That feeling can push you toward quick rewards, because quick rewards fit into tight spaces. If you feel time poor, you might choose fast food rather than cooking, short clips rather than long books, quick dopamine hits rather than slower, deeper satisfactions. This is not simply preference, it's constraint. Your brain adapts to the constraint by prioritizing what can be obtained quickly. Over time, the habit of quick can reshape your desires. Slow pleasures can start to feel inaccessible, and your mind reaches for more fast fixes, which can create the feeling of always wanting more, because fast fixes rarely satisfy for long. Time scarcity also affects the mind in another way. It creates mental load. When you have too many tasks, your attention is divided, and you may feel a constant urge to optimize. You start chasing efficiency. You want to do more in less time. That can become its own form of desire, where the reward is the feeling of being caught up. But being caught up is often a moving target because new tasks arrive. So you chase more productivity, more tools, more plans, more hacks. The pursuit is driven by urgency, and the urgency is driven by the feeling that time is insufficient. Again, the goal is relief, not joy. It's useful to notice how scarcity can change your sense of enough in the moment. Under urgency, the brain can treat not losing the opportunity as more important than choosing wisely. It prioritizes avoiding loss. That's why you can buy something to avoid missing the sale, then later wonder why you bought it at all. In the moment, the reward wasn't the product. The reward was avoiding regret. The brain is allergic to regret because regret implies you missed a survival-relevant opportunity. Even when the opportunity is a sweater, the nervous system can react as if the stakes are higher. This also connects back to the hedonic treadmill. Scarcity can create a short-lived spike in satisfaction because it adds meaning to the acquisition. If you got something rare, it feels special, but then the brain adapts. The special becomes normal, and now you either chase another scarce thing or you chase the feeling of specialness. That's how limited edition culture can keep desire cycling. It's not just buying, it's buying under pressure, which makes the moment feel more charged. The charge fades, and then you look for another charge. If you want to understand just how deeply the brain responds to scarcity, consider what happens when you truly don't have enough of something essential, like sleep. Sleep scarcity makes many urges stronger. It reduces impulse control, makes rewards feel more tempting, and makes the future feel less real. When you're sleep deprived, your brain is more likely to choose immediate comfort over long-term benefit. That's not because you suddenly stopped caring about your long-term goals. It's because the systems that support patience and reflection run less efficiently when you're tired. In that state, urgency cues become even more persuasive. The mind becomes more now-focused. You can see how a society that runs on chronic sleep debt can become a society of heightened desire and urgency. Food scarcity, whether real or perceived, also changes desire dramatically. If you skip meals or restrict heavily, your brain can become preoccupied with food, because food becomes a scarce resource. That preoccupation is not a lack of willpower, it's the brain's survival system prioritizing energy. Even thinking about restriction can make certain foods feel more attractive. This is one reason rigid forbidden food rules can backfire. When you label something as off limits, you make it scarce. Scarce resources get prioritized. The mind circles back. The desire grows. Then if you finally allow yourself the food, it can feel intense, not because you're out of control, but because the brain has been treating it as a limited opportunity. This scarcity effect is not limited to food. It can apply to attention, pleasure, rest, even permission. If you live with an internal rule that you rarely allow yourself to relax, relaxation becomes scarce. Then when you finally get a moment, you may overdo it, because your brain treats it like a rare chance. The same can happen with leisure, with social connection, with play. When something is scarce, the brain grabs it when it appears. Sometimes that's fine. Sometimes it leads to patterns that feel confusing, like binging entertainment when you finally have time off, or feeling unable to stop once you start. There's a calm and practical takeaway hidden in all this. Scarcity cues don't only increase desire, they change the way you decide. They shift you into a faster, narrower mental mode. That mode is good for catching trains and avoiding immediate threats. It's not great for choosing what actually matters over time. So one of the most effective ways to reduce the hijack is not to argue with your desire in the moment, but to recognize the mode you're in. If you can label it even silently, this is urgency mode. You create a tiny bit of distance. That distance can be enough to let the slower parts of your brain return to the conversation. Another gentle approach is to test a scarcity claim. Is it truly limited? Sometimes it is. Often it isn't. Only a few left might mean only a few at that price, or only a few in that warehouse, or it might be a rotating inventory system. Limited time might be a real deadline or a repeating promotion. You don't have to become suspicious of everything, but it can be helpful to notice how often scarcity is used as a lever. If you learn that many scarcity cues are not as serious as they feel, your brain can become less reactive over time. It updates. The cue loses power. The most delicate version of this work is in social scarcity, because it involves real emotions. If someone is distant, the scarcity is real in the sense that you have less access to them. The question becomes what you do with that signal. Urgency can push you to chase, to demand, to overthink, to seek reassurance. Sometimes that helps. Often it intensifies anxiety. The nervous system is trying to restore safety by restoring connection. That is understandable, but it can also lead to a loop where you become more focused on the person precisely because they feel less available. The scarcity itself becomes the magnet. That magnet effect is one of the places where desire becomes deeply tangled with attachment. When availability is inconsistent, the pursuit system can become unusually active. You can start craving not just the person, but the next sign that you're valued. A reply, a warm moment, a plan, a promise. Those signs are like small rewards that reduce uncertainty. If they arrive unpredictably, they can become even more powerful, because each one carries a strong better-than-expected signal. Over time, the relationship can become a pattern of tension and relief, where the relief feels like love simply because it's such a strong release from scarcity pressure. You don't need to think about your relationships in detail tonight. It's enough to notice that scarcity and urgency are not limited to shopping and schedules. They shape how you pursue connection, how you react to silence, how you interpret delays, and how you decide what you need from other people. The same ancient machinery that pushes you to grab scarce food can also push you to secure scarce attention. As the night gets quieter, and as your mind has less to do, these scarcity loops can become more noticeable because there are fewer distractions. You might suddenly want to check something, to make sure you're not missing anything, to confirm a plan, to see if someone replied. That's urgency without a real timer. It's your nervous system responding to uncertainty. And once you see that, it becomes easier to understand why desire can feel so intense in the social world, where the most important resources are often invisible, and where availability, reassurance, and belonging can feel limited even when nobody intends them to be. If scarcity and urgency can make the mind feel like it's racing a clock, the social version can feel even stronger, because it doesn't just threaten a missed deal or a missed train, it threatens a bond. When the thing you might lose is a person's attention, a person's care, a person's place in your life, the nervous system often reacts as if safety itself is on the line. That can sound dramatic if you say it out loud, but it's not a dramatic design. It's an ancient design. For humans, especially human infants, survival has always depended on other humans. Food, warmth, protection, learning, belonging, even the simple regulation of stress, all relied on being close to caregivers and group members. So the brain didn't evolve to treat connection as optional. It evolved to treat connection as essential. And that's why desire shows up so strongly in love and belonging. Longing is not only a romantic concept, it's a biological state shaped by attachment systems that help keep you connected to the people who matter. From the inside, attachment-related desire has a different feel than wanting a product or wanting a piece of information. It can still include anticipation and pursuit, but it often carries tenderness, vulnerability, and sometimes fear. You might notice it as a pull toward a person's voice, a person's presence, a person's approval. It can show up as the urge to text, the urge to check if they replied, the urge to replay the last conversation, the urge to fix something that feels slightly off. It can show up as the warm ache you feel when you miss someone, even when your life is otherwise fine. It can show up as the sharp sting of being ignored. It can also show up as the deep calm of being with someone you trust, where desire quiets down not because you became less human, but because the system received the signal it was searching for. You're not alone. One reason this topic matters for the broader question of always wanting more is that social desire can be endless in a particular way. You can get one sign of care and then want another. You can receive reassurance and then want it again tomorrow. You can feel close to someone and still fear losing them, which creates a desire to secure the bond further. That doesn't mean love is defective. It means the attachment system has two jobs at once. It helps you approach connection, and it helps you maintain connection. Approach is about forming bonds. Maintenance is about keeping bonds stable. In a world where people can be inconsistent, distracted, stressed, or distant, maintenance can become a constant project, and desire becomes the fuel for that project. To understand why, it helps to start with the simplest picture. A human baby cannot survive alone. The baby can't walk to food, can't keep itself warm reliably, can't defend itself. So the baby's brain comes into the world with built-in behaviours and emotional states designed to keep caregivers close. Crying, reaching, clinging, smiling, tracking faces, responding to voices, all of that is part of the attachment system at work, and the caregiver's brain is built to respond too, with attention, protection, soothing, and a strong motivation to keep the baby safe. This is not only nice, it is survival biology. What's important is that this system doesn't disappear when you grow up. It changes form. As adults, we don't cry in the same way when someone leaves the room, at least not most of the time, but the underlying mechanisms remain. We still seek proximity to people who provide safety and meaning. We still feel distress when bonds feel threatened. We still feel comfort when we're securely connected. The objects and behaviours change, but the core goal is similar: stay connected to reliable allies. When you feel longing, your brain is often doing a form of proximity seeking. Proximity doesn't have to be physical. It can be psychological. You can seek proximity by texting, calling, checking social media, looking at photos, thinking about someone, planning time together, or even imagining a conversation. All of those behaviours can be attempts to reduce the distance, because distance creates uncertainty, and uncertainty can trigger the old alarm. Are we safe? Are we still connected? If you've ever felt your mood lift when a person you care about replies, or your mood drop when they don't, you've felt how directly attachment systems influence emotional state. This is also why social desire often feels like a need rather than a preference. If you want a new gadget, you can usually delay it without your whole nervous system lighting up. If you want reassurance from someone you love and you don't get it, the body can react more strongly. You might feel restless. You might have trouble focusing. You might feel a tightness in the chest or throat. You might feel the urge to do something, anything to restore connection. The reason is that your brain is not treating the situation as a shopping decision, it's treating it as a safety question. In the brain, safety and connection are deeply linked. There are a few chemical systems involved that people often name, and it's useful to mention them without turning them into myths. Oxytocin is one of the better-known ones. It's involved in bonding, caregiving, and social trust, among many other functions. Vasopressin is also involved in social bonding in certain species and contexts. Endogenous opioids in the brain contribute to the comfort and warmth of social connection, and they play a role in separation distress. Dopamine still matters too, because the pursuit system doesn't stop being relevant just because the goal is a person. When you anticipate connection, dopamine-related circuits can become active. You can crave a person's attention the same way you crave any reward, through learned cues, anticipation, and the promise of relief. But it's important not to reduce love to a few chemicals. The brain's attachment system is a network. It involves emotion regulation, memory, prediction, learning, social perception, and bodily state. When you miss someone, it's not just one molecule. It's your whole system responding to a change in expected closeness. You had a baseline expectation of access to that person, and now access is reduced. That gap is a form of prediction error, but in the social domain the error can feel like pain. Social pain is not a metaphor. Studies have shown overlap in brain regions involved in physical pain and the distress of social rejection or exclusion. The details can get complex, but the practical takeaway is simple. The brain treats certain social threats as painful because pain motivates behavior. Physical pain motivates you to protect the body. Social pain motivates you to protect bonds. If rejection didn't hurt, you might not repair relationships, you might not seek belonging, and you might drift away from the group. In an ancestral world, drifting away could be dangerous. So the hurt has a function. This is why longing can feel so strong at night, when you're alone with your thoughts. During the day, you have tasks, noise, distractions, and people around you, even if you don't feel deeply connected. At night, the environment becomes quieter, and the brain has fewer immediate demands. That can allow the attachment system to speak more loudly. If there is an unresolved tension with someone, or if you're missing someone, or if you feel uncertain about your place in someone's life, the mind can circle it repeatedly. It's not because your brain loves suffering, it's because it wants closure. It wants certainty. It wants the bond to feel stable. Attachment desire is also shaped by learning from early experiences. Psychologists often talk about attachment styles, which is a way of describing patterns in how people relate to closeness, trust, and separation. These patterns are not fixed labels, and they can change with healing relationships and life experiences, but they can be useful for understanding why people experience longing differently. If you grew up with caregivers who are generally responsive and consistent, your nervous system may have learned that closeness is safe and that separation is temporary. As an adult, you might still miss people, but the missing doesn't automatically turn into panic. You can hold the bond in your mind without constantly needing proof. That's often called secure attachment. It doesn't mean you never feel anxious. It means the baseline expectation is that connection can be restored. If you grew up with inconsistency, where care and attention were unpredictable, your nervous system may have learned that you have to work hard to keep connection. In that pattern, longing can become intense and urgent. The mind can become vigilant for signs of distance. Small delays can feel threatening. Silence can feel like rejection. You might pursue reassurance repeatedly because it calms the nervous system, but the calm may not last long because the baseline expectation remains uncertain. This pattern is often described as anxious attachment, but the word anxious can be misleading. It's not a personality flaw, it's a learned strategy. If connection was unpredictable, you became more sensitive to any sign that it might be slipping away. If you grew up in an environment where closeness was linked to overwhelm, criticism, or a lack of emotional safety, Your nervous system may have learned to value distance. In that pattern, desire for connection can still exist, but it may be mixed with discomfort. You might want closeness and also feel the urge to pull back. You might downplay your needs or feel uneasy when someone gets too close. This is often described as avoidant attachment, but again, it's not a moral label. It's a protective strategy. If closeness felt risky, distance felt safer. Many people have mixed patterns depending on the relationship and the context, and even in the same person, attachment-related desire can look different under stress than it does when life is calm. Stress tends to amplify the attachment system. When you feel threatened, your brain seeks safety, and for humans, safety often means people. That's why a hard day can make you crave reassurance. It's also why conflict in relationships can feel so consuming. The bond is not just a nice thing, it's part of your regulation system. This idea of regulation is a key piece of the puzzle. Humans don't regulate emotions entirely alone. We co-regulate. That means your nervous system uses other people as part of its calming system. A trusted person's voice can slow your heart rate. A hug can reduce stress hormones. Shared laughter can shift mood. Even the knowledge that someone has your back can change how your body responds to challenges. This is not weakness. It's how social mammals work. When you don't have reliable co-regulation, your brain may seek it more urgently, or it may try to replace it with other regulators like food, scrolling, substances, or compulsive productivity. In that sense, always wanting more can sometimes be always trying to regulate without enough support. Longing can also be intensified by intermittent reinforcement, the same mechanism we discussed with prediction error and uncertainty. If a person is sometimes warm and sometimes distant, the warmth can feel like a powerful reward because it arrives after uncertainty. The unpredictability keeps the pursuit system active. You find yourself thinking about them more, checking for messages more, replaying interactions more. The bond becomes charged. People sometimes call this chemistry, but part of what they are experiencing is a learning system responding to inconsistent rewards. It's the same reason slot machines can be hard to resist, but in this case the reward is a human signal: attention, affection, reassurance. This can happen in early dating, where uncertainty is normal. It can also happen in long relationships during periods of stress, when one person becomes less available. It can happen in friendships. It can happen in family dynamics. The key factor is not the label of the relationship, it's the pattern of access. When access is uncertain, your brain stays on alert. When access is stable, your brain can relax. Stability doesn't always feel exciting though, and that's where people sometimes get confused. Early romantic desire often involves novelty, uncertainty, and intense pursuit. Those ingredients activate dopamine-driven pursuit strongly. Over time, if the relationship becomes secure, the brain shifts toward attachment and safety systems. The intensity may soften. The reward becomes more about comfort, trust, and shared life. That shift can be healthy, but if someone is expecting the early pursuit intensity to remain forever, they might interpret the shift as a loss. Sometimes couples do need to rekindle play, curiosity, and novelty together, but it's also useful to understand that the nervous system changes gear. A calmer bond is not a broken bond. It's often a bond that has become safe enough that the alarm system can rest. At the same time, the attachment system has its own way of creating desire even in stable relationships. Once you're bonded, you can become sensitive to threats to that bond. A small sign of rejection can hurt more because the person matters more. The desire in this case is not for novelty, it's for repair. You want to restore closeness, to return to safety. That's why fights can feel so urgent. It's not only about the topic of the fight, it's about what the topic implies. Are we still okay? The nervous system wants that question answered. Belonging is the wider version of this. You can be in a relationship and still feel lonely if you don't feel you belong in a community. The brain needs more than one bond. It needs a network, even a small one, of people who recognize you. Belonging includes being included, being understood, being valued, being able to contribute, and being able to relax without performing. When belonging is missing, desire can become diffuse. You might crave attention, but not from anyone specific. You might seek it through social media, through work, through being useful, through being funny, through being impressive. Those strategies can bring temporary relief, but if the deeper need is stable belonging, the relief might not last. Then the mind says, more. More followers, more messages, more validation, more proof that you matter. Validation is a particularly powerful social reward because it reduces uncertainty about your social standing. If someone likes your post or praises your work, you get a clear signal. You are seen positively. That signal can calm the social brain for a moment. But if your nervous system is already tuned toward insecurity, the calm can fade quickly, and the desire for the next signal can arrive. This is one reason people can get caught in loops of seeking reassurance. The reassurance works, but it doesn't change the baseline expectation. The baseline expectation is the deeper belief, will I still be valued tomorrow? If that belief is shaky, you can feed it all day, and it still feels hungry. There's another layer that can make longing sharper, and it's the way modern communication changes proximity. In the past, if someone was far away, they were far away. You might not hear from them for weeks. The bond could still exist, but there weren't constant cues. Now people can be available in a partial way. You can see they're online. You can see they viewed something. You can see they were active but didn't reply. That partial availability is a perfect recipe for attachment vigilance. It creates micro uncertainties. Why didn't they answer? Are they upset? Am I being ignored? The brain treats those questions as problems to solve, and the easiest way to try to solve them is to check again. So modern partial signals can intensify longing, not because you are needy, but because the system is being fed cues that resemble social scarcity. This is also where sleep and stress matter again. When you're tired, your brain is more likely to interpret ambiguity as threat. A neutral message can feel cold. A delay can feel like rejection. Your ability to hold uncertainty calmly depends on the prefrontal parts of the brain working well, and those parts are sensitive to sleep loss and stress. That means the same social situation can feel manageable when you're rested and unbearable when you're exhausted. It's not that your relationship changed in one day. Your nervous system changed. Longing grows in a tired body because the body is less able to regulate the alarm. So what does it feel like in plain terms when attachment desire is active? Often it feels like mental narrowing around a person. You might notice you keep returning to them in your thoughts. You might look for their name. You might check your phone repeatedly, not because you love your phone, but because your phone is the portal to the bond. You might feel physical sensations that are hard to locate, like a dull ache, a flutter, a tightness. You might feel motivated to do things that increase the chance of connection. Send a message, plan a meetup, post something you know they'll see, fix your appearance, rehearse what you'll say. Those behaviours can be perfectly healthy when they're balanced. They become exhausting when they're driven by fear and uncertainty, rather than by enjoyment and mutuality. There's a gentle reframe here that can reduce the shame people sometimes feel about longing. Longing is not necessarily a sign that you're incomplete. It's often a sign that your nervous system is doing what it was built to do: keep bonds close. The question is not, how do I stop needing anyone? The question is, how do I build bonds that are reliable enough that my nervous system can rest? That includes choosing people who are consistent, learning communication that reduces ambiguity, building community, and learning self-regulation skills so the body doesn't treat every silence as an emergency. Self-regulation doesn't mean becoming cold or independent in a harsh way. It means being able to soothe yourself when the bond is temporarily out of reach. A securely attached person can miss someone and still function. They can feel longing without spiraling. That's not because they don't care. It's because their brain expects connection to return. They can hold the bond internally. In other words, They can carry the person with them without needing constant proof. If you're listening late at night, and you've ever felt the urge to reach out to someone just to relieve the ache, it can help to remember that the urge itself is part of a system. Sometimes reaching out is a good choice. Sometimes it's not the right moment. Either way, the feeling is understandable. Your body is trying to restore a sense of safety through connection. If you can notice that as a biological process rather than a personal failing, the intensity often softens a little. You can say, "This is my attachment system asking for closeness." That doesn't make the longing disappear, but it can remove the extra layer of self-criticism that makes it sharper. There's also a practical reason attachment desire can feel like always wanting more. Connection is not a one-time purchase. It's a living thing. It needs repeated signals to stay stable. Time together, responsive communication, shared experiences, repair after conflict, kindness, attention. The brain treats those signals like nutrients. When you get them regularly, you feel secure. When they become inconsistent, the system becomes hungry. So in the social domain, more can sometimes mean more consistency, not more intensity. The nervous system is often not asking for fireworks. It's asking for reliable warmth. And that idea naturally leads into something that shows up in many areas of desire, not only love, loops. Because once the brain learns that a certain cue leads to a certain soothing signal, it starts repeating the behavior automatically, especially when you're stressed or tired. Checking messages, seeking reassurance, replaying conversations, seeking closeness in ways that sometimes help and sometimes don't. These can become patterned responses. The brain is trying to regulate discomfort by running a familiar sequence, and in the next stretch it makes sense to look at how those sequences form, how cues trigger them, and why certain wants can start to feel like they run on autopilot even when you don't fully agree with them. It makes sense to turn toward loops now, because once you notice that desire often shows up as a repeated pattern rather than a single event, a lot of everyday behavior becomes easier to understand. Many of the things people describe as "I always want more" are not constant, random wants. They're sequences that run in similar ways, at similar times, triggered by similar cues, and they often end with the same kind of reward. From the inside, it can feel like a craving appears out of nowhere, but if you slow the moment down, there is usually a lead-up. Something happens in the environment or in your body, your attention shifts, and before you've had time to debate it, you're already moving toward the familiar solution. That's a craving loop. A craving loop is not mysterious, and it isn't limited to substances or dramatic compulsions. It can be as small as checking your phone, opening the fridge, switching tabs, rereading messages, biting your nails, picking up an online store you swear you don't care about, or reaching for the same comfort show even though you've seen it 3 times. The key feature is repetition with a recognizable pattern. The brain likes patterns because patterns are efficient. If a certain behavior reliably changes your state in a useful way, the brain stores it. It's not storing it as a moral rule, it's storing it as a tool. Then, when the same type of situation appears again, the tool is offered automatically. One simple way to picture this is with 3 pieces: a cue, a routine, and a reward. The cue is the trigger, the routine is the action. The reward is what your brain gets out of it, whether that reward is pleasure, relief, distraction, connection, or certainty. If you've heard this model before, it can sound almost too neat, but it's neat because the brain tries to be neat. It tries to connect, when this happens, with do this and get that. The more consistent the connection, the more automatic the routine becomes. Over time, the cue can be enough to start the routine even when you're not sure you want to do it. The cues that start craving loops can be external: a notification sound, a certain chair where you always scroll, driving past a familiar shop, seeing a particular brand, walking into the kitchen, sitting down after work. They can also be internal: a dip in energy, a wave of boredom, a spike of anxiety, a moment of loneliness, a sense of uncertainty. Internal cues are often the most powerful because they follow you everywhere, and they're harder to spot. You might think, I just wanted a snack, but the cue is actually mental fatigue. You might think, I just needed to check, but the cue is actually discomfort with uncertainty. The brain doesn't always label the cue for you, it simply reacts to it. This is where cravings can feel unfair. You can be doing your best and still find yourself pulled into a loop because the trigger is something you didn't choose, like stress or tiredness. The brain is not waiting for permission to solve a problem. If it senses a state it dislikes, it looks for a learned action that has helped before. If the action is easy and has worked repeatedly, it becomes the default response. That's why loops are often strongest around behaviours that are quick, available, and predictable. If relief is one tap away, your brain learns that relief is one tap away. It helps to understand that habit learning relies heavily on brain systems that are good at turning repeated actions into automatic sequences. A lot of this involves circuits that connect the cortex, where more deliberate planning happens, with deeper structures involved in action selection and repetition. You don't need the names to follow the point, but it's useful to know the brain has dedicated machinery for building habits. Habits reduce effort. They allow you to do complex things without thinking about every step. That's why you can drive a familiar route while your mind wanders, or tie your shoes without planning each movement. The same efficiency applies to less helpful routines too. If you repeatedly respond to stress by scrolling, or to boredom by snacking, the brain treats those as skills and makes them easier to execute. When a craving loop is young, you still feel choice. You notice the urge, you debate, you decide. When a craving loop is old and well practiced, the debate window can become very small. It can feel like the action starts itself. People often describe this as autopilot. That feeling is real in the sense that the habit system can launch behaviour before the reflective system fully engages. This doesn't mean you have no agency. It means the timing is different. The cue triggers preparation, attention narrows, the motor plan starts, and by the time conscious thought catches up, you're already reaching. This is also where dopamine fits again, but in a specific way. Dopamine helps assign importance to cues that predict rewards. Over time, the cue itself can become motivating. It can produce the wanting feeling even before you get the reward. You might not be hungry, but walking into the kitchen at a certain time triggers an urge because your brain has linked that time and place to eating. You might not be lonely in a deep way, but seeing a certain person's name triggers an urge to check because your brain has linked that cue to social relief. In a loop, the cue becomes a promise. The brain learns, this means the reward is possible, and that possibility is enough to start pursuit. A major reason loops can feel stronger than the reward itself is that the reward doesn't have to be wonderful. It only has to be reliable. Many loops are built on relief rather than joy. Relief is a powerful reinforcer because it removes an unpleasant state. If you're anxious and you check something and the checking reduces anxiety for even a few minutes, your brain learns quickly. It doesn't matter that the checking didn't solve the deeper issue. It mattered that the unpleasant feeling went down. That's negative reinforcement. The behaviour is reinforced because it removes something unpleasant. People often think reinforcement always means adding pleasure. In real life, a lot of reinforcement is subtraction. You do something, and the tension drops. Your brain marks the behaviour as useful. You can see this clearly in reassurance seeking. Someone feels uncertain about a relationship, their health, their performance, their future. They ask a question or check a signal, and they feel better for a moment. The relief is real. Then uncertainty returns, because uncertainty is part of life, and because the underlying anxiety system hasn't changed. The cue appears again, and the brain offers the same solution again. Ask, check, repeat. Over time, the brain becomes less tolerant of uncertainty because it has learned that uncertainty can be reduced quickly. This is how loops can grow. The more you practice the quick relief behaviour, the more the brain expects quick relief. Then normal uncertainty feels sharper, which triggers more checking, which strengthens the loop. This is one reason certain loops don't feel like I want pleasure. They feel like I need to do this or I can't relax. That sense of need is often the habit system paired with anxiety. The body produces tension. The brain has a stored routine for reducing tension, and the routine becomes urgent because the tension is uncomfortable. If you follow the routine, you get relief. If you don't, the tension remains, at least for a while, and that can feel intolerable. Over time, the loop becomes self-maintaining, not because the reward is incredible, but because the alternative feels worse. Another feature of craving loops is that they thrive on frictionless access. In the wild, many rewards required effort, travel, risk, time, cooperation. In modern life, many rewards require almost none. That changes learning speed. If a behavior is easy to repeat hundreds of times, the brain can strengthen the loop rapidly. Checking a phone is almost effortless. Snacking can be effortless. Scrolling can be effortless. Online shopping can be effortless. The brain gets many repetitions, and repetitions are what build habits. A loop that would have taken years to build in a higher friction environment can become strong in weeks or months when the routine is easy and the reward arrives fast. Variable rewards make loops even stickier. If the reward came every time and always felt the same, the brain would still learn the habit, but the motivation might settle into a calmer rhythm. When the reward is unpredictable, the brain stays engaged. This is where people get caught in the maybe this time feeling. You open an app and sometimes it's boring, sometimes it's interesting. Sometimes there's a message, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes a product is on sale, sometimes it's not. Sometimes a search yields exactly what you wanted, sometimes it doesn't. The unpredictability keeps the pursuit system active because each attempt could produce a better than expected outcome. Your brain treats the next attempt as potentially meaningful, and that makes stopping harder, because stopping feels like leaving a potential reward on the table. It can also be helpful to notice that craving loops often involve a very short-term reward and a longer-term cost. The short-term reward might be relief or stimulation. The longer-term cost might be lost time, disrupted sleep, increased stress, financial strain, or a sense of disappointment in yourself. The brain's habit system is biased toward the short-term reward because the reward is immediate and the learning signal is immediate. The longer-term costs are delayed and diffuse, so they don't teach the habit system as effectively. This is why you can genuinely know that a behavior is not good for you overall and still feel pulled toward it. Knowledge lives in one part of the system. Reinforcement lives in another. When the cue appears, the reinforcement system says, "This works right now," and right now often wins unless you have a pause. That pause is not just a matter of willpower, it's a matter of state. When you're rested and calm, the reflective parts of the brain have more influence. You can hold the bigger picture in mind. When you're tired, stressed, hungry, or emotionally flooded, the brain tends to rely more on learned routines. This is why people fall back into loops at night, or after conflict, or during busy weeks. It's not that they suddenly became careless. Their nervous system shifted into a mode where speed and relief matter more than long-term planning. If you want a compassionate way to think about it, you can treat a craving loop as a stress response that has been paired with a particular action. Compulsions are a stronger form of this, where the action feels less voluntary and more driven. The line between habit and compulsion can be fuzzy, and it's not something you need to diagnose in yourself while trying to fall asleep, but it's worth understanding the general difference. A habit is an automatic routine that you can usually interrupt if you notice it early enough. A compulsion often feels like it must be done to reduce distress, even when you know it's irrational or harmful. In compulsive patterns, the reward is frequently relief from anxiety rather than pleasure. The brain learns, if I do this I can breathe, and then the doing becomes urgent. Many people experience mild versions of this in everyday life, like checking locks or rereading messages, and some experience more severe forms that are clinically significant. The biological principle is similar. Cue triggers distress. Action reduces distress. Relief reinforces action. One tricky thing about compulsive loops is that the relief teaches the brain that the threat was real. If you feel anxious about something and you perform a ritual and then feel better, the nervous system can interpret the feeling better as evidence that the ritual prevented harm, even if the harm was never likely. The loop becomes more convincing. This is one reason compulsions can grow over time. The brain is trying to keep you safe, and it learns from what reduces fear, even if the fear was not aligned with actual danger. There's also an important role for identity in craving loops. If you repeatedly do something, you may begin to see yourself as the kind of person who does that. That self-story can strengthen the loop. I'm just a snacker. I'm always on my phone. I can't stop. Once a story becomes part of identity, it reduces the likelihood of experimenting with different responses, because the brain treats the behavior as consistent with self. This is not because identity is fake. It's because the brain uses identity as a shortcut for predicting your behavior. If you want a loop to loosen, one helpful step is to treat the behavior as a pattern, not a definition. Patterns can change. Definitions feel fixed. Emotion is another part of this, because emotions can become cues for very specific routines. A person who feels bored might automatically seek novelty. A person who feels stressed might automatically seek sugar. A person who feels lonely might automatically seek social scanning. A person who feels inadequate might automatically seek productivity. A person who feels uncertain might automatically seek information. These emotional to action pairings can become strong because they solve a real problem in the short term. They change the feeling. The brain is not wrong to want to change the feeling. The question is whether the chosen routine creates the kind of change you want over time. Sometimes the loop is less about the reward and more about the transition. The moment you shift from one state to another can become a cue. For example, coming home from work can trigger a routine because the brain has learned that home is the place where you decompress. The routine might be a drink, a snack, a show, a scroll. Waking up can trigger a routine because the brain has learned that morning includes checking. Getting into bed can trigger a routine because the brain has learned that bed includes phone time. These transition cues are powerful because they happen every day. The brain loves daily cues because daily cues provide frequent practice. If you want to make loops visible, the most useful question is not, "Why am I like this?" It's, "What is the cue?" Many people focus on the routine and try to fight it. Fighting can work sometimes, but it often creates more tension, and tension can become a cue itself. A calmer approach is curiosity. When the urge appears, you gently ask, "What just happened? Did your energy drop? Did you feel a wave of boredom? Did you feel a pang of loneliness? Did you finish a task and feel uncertain what to do next? Did you receive a stressful message? Did you walk past a familiar spot?" The cue is often small and ordinary. Once you spot it, you can see the loop forming earlier. Another useful question is, what is the reward really? Not the official reward, but the functional reward. If you reach for food, is the reward taste, or is it comfort, or is it a break, or is it a distraction? If you scroll, is the reward entertainment, or is it relief from emptiness, or is it avoidance of an uncomfortable thought? If you shop, is the reward the object, or is it the feeling of control, or the feeling of possibility, or the feeling of being a person with options? If you seek reassurance, is the reward the truth, or is it the momentary quieting of fear? When you identify the functional reward, you understand what need the loop is trying to meet. This matters because many loops persist not because the routine is perfect, but because it's the easiest available way to meet a need. If the need is rest, but you don't have a rest routine, you might use scrolling as a substitute. If the need is connection, but you don't have secure connection available, you might use social media as a substitute. If the need is meaning, but you feel stuck, you might use shopping or planning as a substitute because it gives you a sense of forward motion. The brain takes what it can get. It does not wait for a perfect solution when discomfort is present. There's a gentle truth here that can remove a lot of shame. Many craving loops are rational attempts by the nervous system to regulate itself in the moment. They only become irrational when you judge them from the long-term view. In the short-term view, the routine often makes sense. It reduces distress or increases stimulation. The brain values that. So if you want to understand your own loops, it helps to respect that they probably worked at some point. They may still work in the short term. The goal is not to hate the loop. The goal is to notice what it's doing and decide whether you want a different tool. Tools can be swapped more easily when you change the environment. The brain is cue-driven. If you keep the cues identical, you're asking your nervous system to fight itself repeatedly. If you change cues, you reduce the number of times the loop launches. This is why small environmental changes can matter. Putting the phone in another room at night, keeping snacks out of sight, creating a different wind-down ritual that doesn't involve screens, changing where you sit when you work. These changes don't solve desire, but they reduce automatic triggering. The habit system relies on consistent context. When context changes, the routine weakens, and the reflective system gets a chance to step in. At the same time, internal cues are harder to change, which is why stress and sleep keep coming up in this conversation. If anxiety is your cue, you can't remove anxiety like you remove a phone. You can, however, learn other ways to respond to it, and you can reduce its intensity by addressing the body. This is where breathing, movement, social support, and sleep become more than wellness slogans. They change the internal state that launches the loop. When the cue is weaker, the routine is less urgent. When the cue is stronger, the routine feels inevitable. If you're listening as you fall asleep, you can hold all of this lightly. You don't need to fix your habits tonight. You can just notice that the brain builds craving loops because it is a learning machine that repeats what works, especially what works quickly. Cues can be places, times, emotions, or sensations. Routines can be behaviors that deliver pleasure, relief, distraction, or certainty. Rewards teach the brain to repeat, even when the reward is small. Over time, loops can feel like, I always want more, because the cue keeps arriving and the brain keeps offering the same solution. And there's a reason I keep circling back to the body when we talk about these loops. The body often votes first. It sets the internal conditions that make certain routines feel tempting or urgent. When you're stressed, when you're tired, when your nervous system is running hot, your loops get louder and your ability to pause gets smaller. When you're rested, fed, and regulated, the same cues can feel much quieter. So it makes sense to turn next toward the physical layer, the way sleep, stress, and daily rhythms change the intensity of wanting, because that's where a lot of more is decided before you ever have a thought about it. Your brain doesn't make desire in a vacuum. It makes desire inside a body, and that body is constantly sending votes about what matters right now. Those votes are not written in words. They're written in heart rate, muscle tension, blood sugar, hormones, sleep pressure, and the quiet background signals coming from your gut and nervous system. When people say they always want more, they often picture a mind that is greedy or restless on its own. But a lot of wanting is state-dependent. In one state, the urge is loud. In another state, the same option barely registers. That difference is not a mystery. It's biology. There's a simple observation most people can relate to, and it's almost too ordinary to notice until you pay attention. When you're well rested and calm, it's easier to say no to things you don't really want. It's easier to wait. It's easier to choose the slower option. When you're exhausted or stressed, everything that promises quick relief becomes more tempting. Food becomes louder. Screens become louder. Shopping becomes louder. Reassurance becomes louder. Even anger can become louder, because anger can feel like energy when you're depleted. The body's vote changes the volume of desire. One reason this happens is that the brain is constantly trying to regulate your internal state, and regulation is harder when the body is strained. Think of your nervous system as a manager with a limited budget. When the budget is healthy, the manager can plan ahead. It can invest in long-term projects. It can tolerate delays. When the budget is low, the manager prioritizes survival basics, conserve energy, reduce discomfort quickly, seek immediate rewards that keep the system going. That is not a character flaw, it's a predictable shift in priorities driven by the body. Stress is one of the most important forces behind this shift, so it's worth describing it in plain terms. Stress is not only the feeling of being busy. Stress, biologically, is the body's response to perceived challenge or threat. That threat can be physical, like danger or illness, but it can also be social, like conflict or rejection, or cognitive, like uncertainty and overload. When your brain decides something is urgent, it activates systems designed to help you respond. Your sympathetic nervous system increases arousal. Stress hormones like cortisol help mobilize energy. Your attention narrows toward what seems relevant. In small doses, this is useful. It helps you act. In large doses, or when it becomes chronic, it changes your relationship with desire. Under stress, the brain tends to prioritize short-term relief. It's not thinking, I'm stressed, therefore I will ruin my habits. It's thinking, we need to reduce this state. And because the brain learns from what reduces unpleasant states, it begins to favor behaviors that reliably produce relief, even if the relief is brief. That's why stress can strengthen craving loops. The body creates tension. The brain reaches for a routine that reduces tension. The reduction reinforces the routine. Over time, stress and wanting become paired. The moment you feel stress, you start wanting, not necessarily because you love the reward, but because you love the relief. Cortisol plays a role here, but it's not the villain people sometimes imagine. Cortisol is a hormone involved in energy regulation. It helps ensure that your body has enough glucose available to respond to challenges. In acute stress, cortisol supports focus and action. But when cortisol stays elevated over time, it can affect appetite, sleep, and mood. Many people notice that chronic stress changes how they eat. Some people lose appetite under stress, especially acute stress. Others gain appetite, especially in chronic stress, and often for energy-dense foods. This difference is partly individual and partly about the pattern of stress. Acute stress can suppress hunger temporarily. Ongoing stress can create a pattern where the body seeks comfort and calories, because energy stores feel important when the system is under pressure. There's also the way stress affects the parts of the brain involved in self-control and reflection. When people talk about willpower, they often imagine a simple moral strength. In reality, the ability to pause, evaluate, and choose is supported by networks in the prefrontal cortex. Those networks help you hold long-term goals in mind, inhibit impulses, and switch strategies. Under stress, especially intense stress, prefrontal function can become less effective. That doesn't mean it shuts off completely, but the balance shifts. More reactive systems, including the amygdala and habit circuits, gain influence. Your brain becomes more likely to rely on what is familiar and quick. That's why in stressful moments you might do things you later regret, not because you are a different person, but because different systems were steering. Stress also changes attention. It can make you hyper-focused on cues that promise relief or safety. If your brain is trying to soothe itself, it starts noticing soothing opportunities. If you use food to soothe, food cues pop out. If you use scrolling to soothe, the phone becomes magnetic. If you use reassurance to soothe, you become more sensitive to silence. The world starts to look like a map of possible regulators. That's the body's vote showing up as attention. Now, sleep is the other major vote, and it's hard to overstate how strongly it shapes desire. Sleep is not just rest. It's a daily reset for the brain's regulation systems. When you don't sleep enough, a few things tend to happen at once, and together they create a perfect environment for stronger wanting. First, sleep deprivation increases the drive for immediate rewards. Studies consistently show that when people are short on sleep, they tend to prefer options that give quick gratification over options that serve long-term goals. The future feels less real. Patience shrinks. This is not because sleep-deprived people stop caring about their future. It's because the brain's ability to simulate and value future outcomes depends on networks that run less smoothly when you're tired. Second, sleep loss affects appetite regulation. Hormones like ghrelin and leptin are involved in signaling hunger and satiety. When sleep is restricted, ghrelin tends to increase, and leptin signaling can change in ways that make people feel hungrier and less satisfied. Again, not moral, not mystical. The body is nudging you toward energy. In an evolutionary context, this makes sense. If you're awake longer, you're using more energy. The body may respond by increasing appetite. The problem is that modern environments offer easy calories, so the increased appetite can lead to overeating rather than simply matching energy needs. Third, sleep deprivation increases reward sensitivity. Many people notice that when they're tired, they crave sweets or salty snacks more strongly, and normal foods feel less appealing. There's evidence that sleep loss can increase activity in reward-related brain regions when people see food cues, while also reducing activity in regions that help with control. That combination is important. It's not just that the reward looks better, it's that the brakes are weaker. Tiredness makes the gas pedal heavier and the brakes lighter. Fourth, sleep deprivation increases emotional reactivity. A tired brain is more likely to interpret situations negatively, more likely to feel overwhelmed, more likely to have sharper mood swings. That emotional volatility creates more internal discomfort, and discomfort is a cue for coping behaviours. If your coping behaviours include quick rewards, you'll want them more, so sleep loss indirectly increases desire by increasing the emotional cues that trigger desire. If you've ever had a night of poor sleep, and then found yourself making odd choices the next day, that's the pattern. You crave more stimulation, more comfort, more certainty. You might scroll more, snack more, buy more, argue more, or chase more tasks just to feel in control. It's the body voting for regulation, and the brain reaching for whatever regulators are most available. Circadian rhythm matters here too. Your body runs on a daily clock that affects hormones, alertness, temperature, appetite, and mood. When your circadian rhythm is aligned, your energy and hunger tend to have a predictable pattern. When it's misaligned, like during shift work, jet lag, or irregular sleep schedules, the signals can become confusing. You might feel hungry at odd times. You might crave quick energy when your body's actually asking for sleep. You might feel wired when you should be winding down. These mixed signals can intensify desire, because the brain senses discomfort and tries to solve it. But it doesn't always know whether the solution is food, rest, or calm, so it tries the fast solutions first, especially the ones that have worked in the past. There's also something subtle that happens in the evening for many people, even without major sleep problems. As the day ends, self-control often becomes harder. This isn't only because you're weak at night, it's because of decision fatigue and energy depletion. Throughout the day, you make countless small decisions, regulate emotions, manage social interactions, and resist impulses. That regulation uses mental resources and depends on your physiological state. By evening, if you've had stress, conflict, or heavy cognitive load, your system can be depleted. Depletion doesn't mean you have no control. It means the cost of control is higher. When the cost is higher, the brain becomes more attracted to low-cost rewards. Snacks, screens, easy entertainment, easy purchases, easy reassurance. It's not a conspiracy. It's a cost-benefit calculation happening below awareness. Blood sugar and general metabolic state also influence the intensity of wanting. When your glucose levels drop or fluctuate sharply, you may feel irritable, foggy, and urgent. Your brain runs on glucose. It can use other fuels too, but glucose is a primary one. When energy feels unstable, the body's vote can become immediate. Get energy now. That can make cravings feel more intense and more urgent. This is why skipping meals can backfire for many people. The intention might be control, but the body interprets it as scarcity and increases the motivation to seek energy-dense foods. Then, once you start eating, it can be harder to stop because your system is trying to correct the perceived deficit quickly. The gut contributes to these votes in ways people often underestimate. Your gut communicates with your brain through nerves, hormones, immune signaling, and the microbiome. When your gut is unsettled, inflamed, or out of rhythm, it can influence mood and cravings. This is not to say every craving is caused by gut bacteria, but the gut does influence how your brain experiences comfort and discomfort. Some people notice that certain foods reliably calm them, not only emotionally but physically, and that physical calming becomes part of the reward loop. The brain learns this food makes the body feel better, that learning can turn into strong desire under stress. Stress and sleep also affect the immune system, and immune activity influences mood and energy. When the body's fighting something off, even mild inflammation can make you feel tired, flat, or restless. That state can increase the pull toward quick rewards, because the brain is trying to counteract the low energy feeling. In a way, the brain is trying to self-medicate with whatever options it has. Sometimes that self-medication is harmless. Sometimes it creates patterns you don't like. Understanding the state helps you respond with more compassion and more precision. Another body vote comes from movement. Regular physical activity can change how intense cravings feel, partly because movement reduces stress hormones, improves sleep quality, and improves mood regulation. It also changes how your brain processes reward. Movement can be a reward itself, in the sense that it can improve mood and create a sense of agency. But the relationship is not simple. Intense exercise can increase appetite. Overtraining can increase stress. The main point is that the body's baseline state affects desire. A body that is regularly moved and rested tends to produce fewer urgent cravings for quick relief, because its internal discomfort levels are lower. A body that is chronically tense and sleep deprived tends to produce more "do something now" signals. When you connect these pieces, you start to see why always wanting more often becomes worse during certain seasons of life. New parenthood, work overload, caregiving, illness, moving, grief, financial instability, social isolation. These situations increase stress, disrupt sleep, and reduce the time and energy available for healthy regulation. Then quick rewards become more appealing. The person might blame themselves for wanting more, but the body is voting loudly for relief. In that context, desire is not greedy, it's adaptive. The problem is that the modern environment offers relief tools that are quick but shallow, and shallow tools need repeating. So the person feels like they always want more because the relief keeps running out. This is also why shame is such a poor tool for changing desire patterns. Shame is stress. It activates threat systems. Threat systems increase the need for relief. Relief-seeking increases cravings. So shame can fuel the very behaviors it tries to stop. A calmer approach is to treat cravings as data. If your desire is loud, you can ask, what state is my body in? Did I sleep? Am I hungry? Am I overstimulated? Am I lonely? Am I anxious? Am I carrying tension? Those questions are not meant to be a checklist you must complete perfectly. They're a way of letting the body speak clearly so the brain doesn't have to guess. There's a particular kind of craving that shows up when sleep is low, and many people confuse it for a genuine want. It's the craving for stimulation. You may feel tired, but not sleepy. You may feel dull and foggy. The brain then seeks stimulation to push through. That stimulation can come from caffeine, sugar, drama, novelty, conflict, intense music, fast content, or anything that jolts attention. The craving is not for the thing itself. It's for alertness. You're trying to borrow energy. The trouble is that borrowed energy often comes with a cost later: disrupted sleep, increased stress, a more unstable baseline the next day. Then the cycle repeats. In that cycle, more becomes a daily demand because the nervous system is always trying to correct itself. The same thing can happen with emotional stimulation. When people are understimulated socially, they may seek quick social hits. This can look like checking messages repeatedly or scrolling through social updates. The brain is seeking contact cues. Even negative social cues can be stimulating, which is why people sometimes get pulled into arguments online or into doom scrolling. The body is bored or lonely, and the mind reaches for something that feels socially alive. It's not a healthy solution, but it's an understandable one. The brain is trying to meet a need with the tools available. Another body vote is the stress response to uncertainty. Uncertainty is not only a thought problem, it's a physiological state. When you don't know what will happen, your body can remain slightly activated because it's preparing for multiple possibilities. That activation can feel like restlessness. Restlessness often gets translated into desire. I should do something. Sometimes doing something is useful. Sometimes it becomes compulsive action, like checking, planning, researching, or purchasing, because those actions create the feeling of control. Control is soothing. The body votes for control under uncertainty. That can drive more in the form of more information, more preparedness, more certainty, more assurance. All of this might sound like it removes responsibility, but it doesn't remove agency. It simply clarifies where agency actually lives. Agency becomes much easier when the body's regulated. If you want to make different choices, one of the most effective ways is not to argue with your mind in the heat of a craving, but to reduce the body-level triggers that make cravings intense. Sleep is a major lever. Regular meals with enough protein and fiber can stabilize energy. Short breaks can reduce stress. Movement can discharge tension. Connection can reduce loneliness. Light exposure in the morning can support circadian rhythm. None of these are magic. They're ways of shifting the body's vote so that desire becomes quieter and more negotiable. There's a reason this matters for a calm, sleep-friendly conversation like ours. Many people come to bed with a mind that is still searching, still wanting, still scanning. The day trained the brain to chase quick rewards and solve discomfort rapidly. Then night arrives, and you try to stop. The nervous system doesn't always stop on command. It has momentum. If you've spent the day in stimulation, stress, and rapid switching, your brain may continue producing desires at night simply because that is the mode it has been in. The solution is not to punish yourself for wanting. It's to recognize the state and to allow the system to downshift. Downshifting takes time. It is easier when you treat your desires like passing signals rather than urgent messages. A gentle thing you can do, even without changing anything in your life right now, is to notice when a craving is actually a body vote. If you want something intensely late at night, it might be sleep pressure disguised as desire. Your brain might be seeking a quick reward because it's too tired to tolerate stillness. If you can label it softly, I'm tired, and my brain wants relief, the craving can lose some authority. You're not fighting it. You're contextualizing it. You're telling yourself the truth. The intensity is partly state-driven. As you become more aware of the body's vote, you also start to see how external systems take advantage of it, often without you noticing. The more stressed and tired you are, the more persuasive easy becomes. Easy food, easy entertainment, easy shopping, easy scrolling, easy reassurance. Modern environments are full of easy. They're built to deliver quick rewards right when your body is most vulnerable to them. That doesn't mean you're being hunted. It means your ancient pursuit system is living in a world that offers constant low-friction triggers, and your body states act like amplifiers for those triggers. So as we keep going, it makes sense to widen the lens again, not away from your body but toward the world your body's moving through. Because once you understand that stress and sleep turn the volume knob on desire, the next obvious question is, what kinds of environments keep touching that knob, and how do modern products, platforms and markets learn to press on the exact cues that make wanting flare up, especially when you're tired, uncertain or looking for a little relief at the end of the day? When you start to see how much the body state can turn the volume of wanting up or down, it becomes hard to ignore another fact. A large part of modern life is built around noticing that volume and pressing it. Not always with malicious intent and not always consciously at the level of an individual designer or employee, but at the level of systems. Markets reward whatever keeps people engaged. Platforms grow when people stay longer. Products sell when people feel a pull. And once you have a world where attention and desire can be measured, tested, and optimized, you end up with what we might call desire machines. These are environments that don't merely offer things you might like. They actively shape the conditions under which you want them, often by using the very cues your brain has been built to respond to for thousands of years. It's easy to misunderstand what this means and imagine a cartoon villain behind every notification. That picture isn't necessary and it isn't accurate. A more realistic picture is simpler and, in some ways, more unsettling. Many modern systems are guided by feedback loops. If a feature increases engagement, it tends to spread. If a message increases sales, it tends to be repeated. If a layout makes people click more, it tends to be adopted. In biology, feedback loops are everywhere. In the marketplace, feedback loops are everywhere too. The outcome is that what survives is often what captures attention, triggers pursuit, and keeps you returning. The systems don't have to understand your deepest needs. They only need to find reliable levers that keep you moving in the direction that benefits the system. You can feel this at a very ordinary level. You open an app for a second, and you look up later and more time has passed than you intended. You buy something you weren't planning to buy because it felt urgent in the moment. You keep watching because the next piece of content is already there. You check again because there might be something new. These are not random failures of discipline. They are predictable interactions between ancient brain circuits and modern designs. To make this concrete, it helps to remember what the brain is good at. Your brain is good at learning what leads to rewards. It is good at noticing cues that predict rewards. It is good at responding to novelty, uncertainty, and social signals. It is good at avoiding loss and responding to scarcity. It is good at seeking relief when the body is stressed. None of these abilities are inherently bad. They are part of being alive and adaptable. The problem is that modern markets and platforms can combine these levers in ways that keep you in a near constant state of low-level pursuit. One of the simplest levers is attention itself. Attention is not just a mental act. It is a biological resource. You can only pay deep attention to a few things at once. That makes attention valuable. If a system can hold your attention, it can influence your behavior. It can show you more messages, more products, more content. Over time, many industries have shifted from selling a single item to selling access to your attention. This is especially obvious in advertising-supported media, but the pattern reaches further. Even products you pay for often compete for your attention because attention predicts continued use, and continued use predicts revenue or growth. If attention is the resource, then the next question is how to capture it. The brain is attracted to things that are new, emotionally charged, socially relevant, or uncertain. So many modern designs put those features front and center. The content that rises tends to be content that triggers a quick emotional response, because quick emotions keep attention locked. It can be delight, outrage, fear, curiosity, or envy. Any strong emotion can keep you engaged, because emotion tells the brain, this matters, and once something matters, you keep looking. Another lever is variable reward, the unpredictable payoff that keeps the pursuit system active. In a simple product world, you might get exactly what you bought, every time. In an attention platform, you don't know what you'll get when you refresh. It might be boring, it might be interesting, it might be something that makes you laugh. It might be a message you've been waiting for. That unpredictability is not an accident in many systems. It's a powerful engagement pattern because it keeps your brain in maybe this time mode. The pursuit system stays warm. You keep checking because the next attempt could produce something better than expected, and your brain loves better than expected. This is where the earlier idea of prediction error fits so neatly into modern design. A system that can repeatedly deliver small, positive surprises can keep you returning far more than a system that delivers the same predictable experience. Even if the average quality is not high, the occasional standout moment can teach your brain that it's worth continuing. That is why you can spend time in an environment that is mostly mediocre and still feel pulled back. You're not necessarily enjoying it, you are searching within it, because the search itself has been conditioned by occasional hits. You'll also notice that many platforms remove natural stopping cues. In older media, there were built-in endpoints. A newspaper ended, a television program had a clear end, and then you had to decide what to do next. A book had chapters and pages, and the physical object offered friction. In many modern environments, the next thing appears automatically. You don't have to make a decision to continue. Continuing becomes the default. When the default is continuation, the burden shifts to you to stop. Stopping requires effort. It requires overriding momentum, and as we've already seen, effort and inhibition are harder when the body is tired or stressed. So designs that remove stopping cues are especially powerful late at night, when the body's vote makes quick rewards more tempting and the breaks less effective. This same logic applies to shopping. Many modern purchasing systems are designed to reduce friction between desire and acquisition. One-click purchasing, stored payment methods, saved addresses, instant confirmations, fast delivery expectations. Each reduction in friction makes the gap between urge and reward smaller. The brain learns quickly in small gaps. If you feel a desire and you can satisfy it within seconds, the brain receives a strong lesson. Urges are solvable immediately. That lesson increases future urges because the brain now expects quick resolution. It becomes less tolerant of waiting, less tolerant of uncertainty, and more likely to treat wanting as an emergency. Scarcity and urgency cues amplify this even further. Timers, only a few left, limited drops, temporary discounts, expiring offers. Sometimes scarcity is real, often it is strategically emphasized. Either way, your nervous system responds to the cue, not to the fine print. The cue says act now, and urgency mode turns on. In urgency mode, you're less likely to ask the deeper questions. Do I actually want this? Will I still care tomorrow? Does this align with my priorities? Instead, you focus on not missing out, and not missing out is often treated by the brain as more important than choosing wisely, because loss aversion makes potential loss feel heavier than potential gain. Social proof is another lever that markets and platforms use because humans are deeply sensitive to what other people are doing. Ratings, reviews, bestseller labels, trending lists, follower counts, likes, comments, view counts. These are signals that tell you others valued this. In a small tribe, paying attention to what others valued could keep you safe. If others avoid a food, maybe it's dangerous. If others gather at a water source, maybe it's reliable. That social learning is efficient. The modern world turns it into a constant stream of metrics. Metrics are seductive because they reduce uncertainty. If you're unsure what to watch, the view count suggests an answer. If you're unsure what to buy, the reviews suggest an answer. If you're unsure what to think, the trending topic suggests an answer. The brain likes reduced uncertainty, so these signals become powerful. The trouble is that social proof can also reshape your desires. When you see that a product is popular, it can feel more valuable. When you see that an experience is trending, it can feel more necessary. When you see that a person is admired, you may desire their lifestyle. You're not only making an individual choice, you're responding to a social map. And because the social map is updated continuously, your sense of what you should want can also update continuously. That makes enough hard to hold steady, because the reference points keep moving. Personalization makes the desire machine even more efficient. If a system can learn what captures your attention, it can show you more of it. Over time, it can narrow your environment toward the exact cues that trigger your pursuit system, the kind of novelty you like, the kind of humor you respond to, the kind of status signal that stings, the kind of topic that makes you anxious, the kind of product that seems like it would fix a discomfort. Personalization is often framed as convenience, and it can be convenient, but it also means the system becomes better at finding your levers. A general advertisement might miss you. A tailored suggestion is more likely to land. The result is not only that you see more things you might want, but that the wanting itself can become more frequent because you're being presented with a higher concentration of triggers. There's another concept that matters here, a /B testing. Many platforms and companies run constant experiments on small groups of users to see what increases clicks, time spent, purchases, or other behaviours. The individual user is rarely aware of these tests, and again, you don't need a villain to understand the effect. If a certain colour, placement or timing increases engagement, it will tend to be chosen. If a certain notification schedule brings people back, it will tend to be chosen. This is the marketplace version of natural selection. Variations compete, and the ones that produce the desired outcome survive. The outcome, over years, is that interfaces become increasingly optimized to hold attention and trigger action. This doesn't mean everything is designed to manipulate you in a sinister way. It means that systems that benefit from your time and desire will often evolve toward features that take advantage of predictable human psychology. And because human psychology includes the pursuit system, the fear of loss, the attraction to novelty and sensitivity to social signals, those are the features that get used. It's also important to recognize that modern desire machines don't only operate through pleasure, they also operate through discomfort. Content that makes you anxious can keep you engaged because anxiety motivates checking and monitoring. Content that makes you angry can keep you engaged because anger energizes and narrows attention. Content that triggers fear can keep you engaged because fear is a survival signal. In a calm world, it would make sense to turn away from negative feelings. In a survival-oriented brain, negative feelings can lock attention because they signal potential threats. This is one reason people can find themselves stuck in loops of doom scrolling or constant news checking. The reward is not joy. The reward is the feeling of being informed, prepared, or in control, even if that feeling is temporary. When you combine discomfort-driven engagement with variable rewards, you get a very strong loop. You check because you're anxious, and sometimes you find reassurance, which reinforces checking. Other times you find something worse, which increases anxiety and makes you want to check more. The system doesn't have to intend this loop for it to occur. The loop emerges from the interaction between the brain's need to reduce uncertainty and the environment's constant stream of uncertain signals. If you step back, you can see why many people feel more restless than they used to, even if their lives are materially comfortable. Material comfort does not automatically create nervous system comfort. A nervous system can be comfortable when it experiences predictability, safety, meaningful connection, and manageable stimulation. Many modern environments offer the opposite: continuous stimulation, continuous novelty, continuous comparison, continuous micro-uncertainty. Your body doesn't interpret that as luxury. It interprets it as stay alert. And an alert nervous system tends to want more, because more is often the brain's way of trying to regulate alertness. It seeks relief, distraction, reassurance, or the next hit of novelty that makes the moment feel manageable. It can help to notice how attention markets blur the line between your wants and your reactions. A want that arises from your own values feels different from a reaction that was triggered by a cue. Values-based wanting tends to be steady. It can wait. It often comes with a sense of clarity and purpose. Cue-driven wanting often feels urgent, restless, and a little narrow. The desire machine produces a lot of cue-driven wanting because it operates by presenting cues. That can lead to a life where you feel busy with wants that are not deeply yours. You're not faking your desires. You're responding to constant triggers. But the experience can feel like you're always being pulled. There's also a way modern products connect desire to identity more directly than ever. Advertising rarely says, buy this object because it is useful. It often says, buy this object because it means something about you. It means you are successful, attractive, adventurous, disciplined, a good parent, a caring partner, someone who has taste, someone who has their life together. These identity messages work because the brain doesn't only want objects, it wants social safety and self-respect. When a product is framed as a way to become a better version of yourself, desire becomes charged. You're not just buying, you're trying to solve an internal gap. And because internal gaps are rarely solved by a single object, the cycle continues. You buy, you feel a moment of improvement, then the feeling fades, then the next identity promise appears. Apps do a similar thing with the language of progress. Streaks, badges, levels, milestones, keep going, you're almost there. These features can support healthy habits in some contexts. They can also create a craving for the progress signal itself. You start wanting the badge more than the behavior. You start wanting the streak more than the real benefit. When the reward becomes the metric, the brain chases the metric, and metrics are endless. There is always another milestone, another count, another goal. That can keep more alive even when the original purpose of the activity has been lost. Notifications deserve special attention because they are one of the most direct ways a system can enter your mind without being invited. A notification is essentially a cue delivered at a time chosen by the system, not by you. It says something happened. Your brain is designed to treat that as important because unexpected changes in the environment mattered for survival. The sound or vibration is enough to trigger orienting. You turn your attention. You feel a small tug. If you check and find anything rewarding, the checking behavior is reinforced. Over time, you may become sensitive to the possibility of notifications even when none are present. You check preemptively because the brain has learned that checking sometimes yields a reward and it dislikes uncertainty. In this way, notifications can train a constant background of readiness, a low-level maybe state that keeps desire warm. The environment also shapes desire by shaping what you believe is normal. When you constantly see other people's highlights, you may treat exceptional experiences as standard. When you constantly see upgraded products, you may treat upgrades as necessary. When you constantly see productivity content, you may treat rest as laziness. When you constantly see curated bodies, you may treat ordinary bodies as insufficient. These are not just ideas, they become reference points. The brain uses reference points to judge satisfaction. If the reference point is extreme, your sense of enough shifts. The desire machine doesn't need to force you to buy. It can simply shift your baseline, and your own pursuit system will do the rest. There's a quiet exhaustion that comes from living inside these systems while also trying to sleep, because sleep asks for the opposite of pursuit. Sleep asks for settling, for letting go, for accepting that nothing needs to be solved right now. If you spend the day in environments that keep generating micro-goals, micro-comparisons, micro-urgencies, micro-surprises, your nervous system can arrive at night still searching. It doesn't stop on command. It needs a runway. And if you try to use the same desire machines as a way to wind down, like scrolling in bed, you may be feeding the exact systems that keep you alert. The content might feel soothing on the surface, but the underlying structure is still novelty, unpredictability, and cues designed to keep you engaged. This is where it can be useful to hold a balanced view. Modern systems can bring real value. They can connect you, teach you, entertain you, help you find things you need, and make life easier. The issue is not that they exist. The issue is that the business incentives often align with keeping you wanting, because wanting predicts engagement, and engagement predicts profit. When profit depends on your attention, the system will tend to become very skilled at triggering attention. When profit depends on repeat purchasing, the system will tend to become very skilled at keeping you dissatisfied with what you already have. Again, not because every person involved wants you to suffer, but because the feedback loop rewards the outcomes. If you want a gentle way to work with this understanding, it starts with noticing the difference between being nourished and being stimulated. Nourishment leaves you steadier afterward. Stimulation often leaves you needing another dose. Many desire machines are built to deliver stimulation because stimulation keeps you coming back. Nourishing experiences are often slower. Deep conversations, meaningful work, time in nature, long-form learning, sleep, movement, creative projects, stable relationships, simple routines. These may not always feel as instantly gripping, especially if your brain has been trained by constant novelty, but they tend to reduce the chronic hunger for more because they address deeper needs rather than temporarily shifting state. And there's another practical point that fits with everything we've said about the body's vote. Desire machines are most effective when you're tired, stressed, lonely, or uncertain. That's when you're looking for relief, and relief is exactly what many systems promise. If you are aware of that vulnerability, you can be kinder to yourself about the pulls you feel. You can also be strategic about timing. You don't have to fight your brain at its weakest moment. If you know that late-night scrolling tends to hook you, that's not proof you're weak. It's proof your nervous system is in a state where novelty and relief cues are stronger. The solution may not be try harder. It may be change the environment when I'm most vulnerable. As we continue, it helps to keep the thread we've been following since the beginning. Desire is not one thing. It's pursuit, learning, adaptation, novelty hunger, comparison, scarcity, attachment, habit loops, and body state, all interacting with an environment that has learned to push those buttons. Once you see how the environment can keep desire running, the next step is not to become cynical or to try to shut desire down entirely, but to think about how you can regain a steering wheel. How do you choose your wants rather than constantly reacting to them, especially in a world that is very good at offering you the next thing to chase? Once you notice that so much of modern life is skilled at waking up the pursuit system, it becomes natural to want some kind of leverage back. Not in a dramatic, self-punishing way, but in the simple sense of wanting to feel like your desires belong to you again. Because the exhausting part isn't only that you want things, the exhausting part is that wanting can feel like it's happening to you. A notification pulls you, a comparison stings you, a timer rushes you, a tired evening pushes you toward quick comfort. Then you look back and realize you spent time, money or attention in ways that didn't match what you actually care about. That mismatch is where a lot of quiet frustration comes from. So the next question isn't, how do I stop wanting? It's, how do I choose what I want and how do I keep my choices intact when the old engines start running? Choosing your wants can sound like an inspirational slogan, but it's more practical than that. It's about understanding that desire is not a single voice with a single truth. Desire is a set of signals that rise and fall depending on cues, body state, learning history, and social environment. Some signals point toward things that genuinely improve your life. Others point toward things that offer a short-lived shift in feeling, without building anything you actually value. The steering wheel is the ability to tell the difference in real time, or at least to slow down long enough that the difference becomes visible. It helps to start with a small truth people often resist. You will never eliminate impulse. You can reduce impulsive behavior, you can change what triggers it, and you can widen your decision window. But the impulse system is part of your biology. It exists because your ancestors sometimes needed quick action. The goal is not to become a perfectly rational machine. The goal is to create conditions where impulses don't automatically become actions, and where your deeper priorities have a consistent way to influence what you do. That sounds like willpower, but it's not primarily willpower. Willpower is a limited resource that depends heavily on sleep, stress, hunger, and emotional load. Steering is more like building a road system that makes the useful choices easier and the unhelpful choices less automatic. It's also like learning to read the dashboard in your own body, so you can tell when you're driving tired, driving stressed, or driving on slippery roads. A good place to begin is with the difference between a want and a value. A want is often immediate and specific. It has an object, a snack, a scroll, a purchase, a message, a drink, a new plan. A value is broader and steadier. Health, connection, creativity, learning, stability, freedom, kindness, contribution, calm. Wants come and go, values persist. When people feel they always want more, they're often living at the level of wants without a clear connection to values. The wants multiply because the environment keeps presenting them and the brain keeps responding. Values can act like a compass that doesn't eliminate wanting, but gives wanting a direction. From the inside, choosing your wants often begins as a tiny pause between urge and action. That pause is small enough that you might miss it at first. It might be one breath. It might be the moment your hand is about to unlock your phone. It might be the second before you add something to a cart. In that pause, instead of arguing with yourself, you ask a simple question that shifts the brain out of the autopilot. What is this for? Not, is this bad? And not, why am I like this? Just, what is this for? If the urge is to scroll, what is it for? Relief from boredom? Avoiding an uncomfortable thought? A desire for novelty? A desire for connection? If the urge is to buy, what is it for? A genuine need? A sense of progress? A hope that the new thing will fix a feeling? If the urge is to eat, what is it for? Hunger, comfort, distraction, a break? That question works because it separates the surface object from the function. Most people get trapped by the surface object. I want chips. The function might be, I want to turn down stress, or I want a reward because I'm depleted. Once you see the function, you can decide whether the object is actually the best tool for the job. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's a poor tool that happens to be convenient. When you're tired, this pause can feel hard to create, so it helps to make the pause easier. One way is to replace self-control with speed control. The fastest way to lose steering is to move quickly. Urgency makes the habit brain take over, so instead of trying to force a different decision immediately, you slow the process by a few seconds. You don't have to forbid the behavior, you just slow the entry. If you want to check your phone, put it in your hands and wait for 3 slow breaths before unlocking. If you want to buy, leave the item in the cart and stand up for a moment. If you want to snack, pour water first and drink it slowly, then decide. These tiny delays don't sound like much, but they matter because they change which brain systems are involved. The habit system thrives on speed. The reflective system needs even a little time to join the conversation. Another part of steering is learning the difference between loud wants and true wants. Loud wants are often state-driven. They spike when you're stressed, hungry, lonely, or sleep-deprived. True wants are often quieter. They might not feel urgent. They might even feel a bit inconvenient. Things like wanting to take care of your health, wanting to build a skill, wanting to have deeper relationships, wanting to live with less clutter, wanting to sleep better, wanting to stop spending on things you don't use. These wants can be real and strong, but they don't always come with the same immediate pull as fast rewards. So if you only listen to what is loud, you will end up living by state-driven wants rather than by chosen wants. A practical way to handle that is to choose in advance when you are calm. You don't have to plan your whole life. You just decide on a few defaults that support your values. Defaults are powerful because they reduce decision fatigue. If you always have to decide from scratch, your tired brain will often choose the easiest reward. If you set defaults, the tired brain can simply follow the road you built earlier. A default can be as small as, when I feel the urge to scroll in bed, I will first turn the screen face down and listen to something calm for 10 minutes. Or, when I want to snack late at night, I will choose something simple and then brush my teeth right after. Or, when I want to buy something online, I will wait until the next day before purchasing. These are not moral rules, they are steering mechanisms. They reduce the power of momentary cues by inserting a structure that you chose in a different state. Waiting is one of the most effective steering tools for modern desire because so many modern wants are designed to be satisfied instantly. Your pursuit system assumes that if you want something, you should have it now. That's the learning environment you've been living in. Waiting breaks that assumption. It teaches the brain a new pattern. Wanting can exist without immediate action, and when wanting exists without action, it often changes shape. Some wants fade, some wants become clearer. If a want fades quickly, it was likely cue-driven. If it persists calmly, it may be more aligned with your values or needs. This is why the sleep on it advice is often good. It's not mystical. Sleep changes body state. It restores the reflective systems. It reduces stress reactivity. If you still want the thing after sleep, the desire may be more integrated. If you don't, it may have been a spike. The environment is a big part of steering, and it often matters more than in a debate. If you keep the cues strong and constant, you're asking your brain to resist endlessly. The brain is not designed for endless resistance. It's designed for learning. So if you want a steering wheel, you change cues so that the road becomes easier. This is why small environment changes can have outsized effects. If you don't want to snack mindlessly, don't keep the easiest snacks at eye level. If you don't want to scroll in bed, charge the phone across the room. If you don't want to shop impulsively, remove saved payment details. If you don't want to check notifications constantly, turn off all but the essential ones. Each of these changes adds a bit of friction, and friction is not your enemy. Friction is the space where choice can exist. Many people worry that friction will make life harder. It makes some actions harder, but that's the point. The actions you want to do less often should be slightly harder, and the actions you want to do more often should be slightly easier. If you want to read more, keep a book where you usually scroll. If you want to stretch more, keep a mat visible. If you want to eat healthier, make the healthier option the easiest option. This is not about perfection. It's about guiding probabilities. You don't need to win every moment. You need to shift the overall pattern. Another steering tool is to learn your personal triggers with respect rather than blame. People often treat triggers like a weakness. In reality, triggers are simply cues that your brain has learned to associate with rewards or relief. If you know that you tend to want to shop when you feel overwhelmed, that's valuable information. It means your brain uses shopping as a control and possibility regulator. The steering wheel here is not stop shopping because it's bad. It's recognize overwhelm earlier and give yourself a different form of control and possibility. That might mean writing down the problem you're avoiding. It might mean making a small plan. It might mean tidying one small area. It might mean asking for help. The key is that you address the underlying state the desire is trying to change. The same applies to craving loops tied to loneliness. If the desire is to scroll, the function might be social proximity. Steering doesn't mean you never scroll. It means you notice when the scrolling is a substitute for connection, and you choose whether you want a substitute or the real thing. The real thing might be texting a friend, joining a group, making a plan, or even listening to a familiar voice in a long-form way that feels more like companionship than like fragmented updates. Sometimes substitutes are all you have in the moment. Sometimes you can make a move towards something more nourishing. Steering is the ability to tell which situation you're in. A slightly deeper steering move is to separate "I want this" from "I want to feel different." Those are often confused. Many urges are for a state change. You want to feel calmer, more energized, more connected, less bored, less anxious, more in control. The object is just a guess at how to get that state. If you can name the state you're actually seeking, you suddenly have more options. If you want calm, options include breathing, a warm shower, a quiet audio, journaling, a cup of tea, lowering light, slowing movement, or simply lying down and letting your nervous system settle. If you want energy, options include water, daylight, movement, music, a snack with protein, or a short nap. If you want connection, options include reaching out, being with someone, or doing something that feels communal rather than isolating. When you name the state, you can choose the tool rather than automatically taking the tool your habit brain suggests. This is also where the body's vote becomes central again. If you're trying to choose your wants while ignoring your body's needs, steering will feel like a fight. If you are hungry, tired, Overstimulated or stressed, your pursuit system will keep offering quick solutions. It's doing its job. So the steering wheel often begins with basic regulation. The most rational version of you is built on a rested nervous system. Sleep, stable meals, and manageable stimulation are not separate from self-control. They are the foundation of it. If you take that seriously, you stop treating late-night cravings as a moral test and start treating them as a predictable outcome of a tired brain. There's a particular kind of steering that becomes important once you realize how much desire machines operate through attention. You can't stop your brain from noticing everything, but you can choose what you repeatedly expose it to. Repeated exposure trains desire. If you constantly consume content that triggers comparison, your brain will generate more status-based wants. If you constantly browse products, your brain will generate more acquisition-based wants. If you constantly follow outrage, your brain will generate more threat monitoring wants. Over time, your wants begin to mirror your inputs. That's not a spiritual claim, it's reinforcement and salience. You become what you repeatedly feed your attention, at least in part. So a very practical steering move is to curate the inputs that train your wants. This doesn't mean living in a bubble, it means recognizing that your brain is not neutral, it is shaped by what it sees. If you want fewer consumer cravings, spend less time in consumer environments. If you want less comparison, spend less time in comparison environments. If you want more calm, spend more time in calm environments. This can sound obvious, but people often overlook it because they treat attention as free. Attention is not free. It has consequences. It shapes your baseline. Choosing your wants also involves a quiet kind of honesty about what you're actually chasing. Some people chase more because they're chasing relief from fear. Fear of being left behind, fear of being rejected, fear of being unsafe, fear of being ordinary, fear of not mattering. These fears often show up as desires for status, productivity, perfection, or constant self-improvement. The steering wheel here is not forcing yourself to stop caring. It's seeing the fear beneath the desire and addressing it directly. Sometimes that means building real safety. Savings, skills, supportive relationships, boundaries, a more stable routine. Sometimes it means building psychological safety, learning to tolerate uncertainty, learning to accept imperfection, learning to hold your worth without constant proof. When you reduce the fear, the desire for endless more often softens because it was trying to solve fear more than it was trying to achieve joy. There's also a social element to steering that people underestimate. You can borrow steering from other people. Humans co-regulate. If you spend time with people who are constantly chasing, you will feel more chasing. If you spend time with people who have calmer priorities, you will feel your nervous system downshift. This is not because they are morally superior, it's because social environments are contagious. The brain picks up norms. It picks up what is celebrated and what is ignored. So part of choosing your wants is choosing your social diet. Who you spend time with, what conversations you have, what you celebrate, what you treat as normal. In relationships, steering might look like communicating about needs without turning them into constant reassurance loops. If you notice that you want repeated proof, you can ask for consistency rather than intensity. You can request predictable check-ins rather than urgent messages. Predictability is soothing for the attachment system. It reduces the need for chasing. If you create a bond where connection is reliable, your nervous system can rest, and the desire for more attention becomes less urgent. This is not always possible with every person, but when it is possible, it is one of the most powerful ways to calm desire. Another steering tool is to practice wanting without immediately feeding it. This sounds strange because we're used to wanting as a problem to solve, but if you want to regain choice, you have to become comfortable with the feeling of wanting. Wanting is tension. If you always remove tension immediately, you teach your brain that tension is intolerable. Then even small tension feels urgent. But if you occasionally let wanting exist for a few minutes without acting, you teach your brain that wanting is survivable. This is not denial, it's training. It widens your capacity to hold discomfort, and the wider that capacity becomes, the less hijacked you feel by everyday cues. This is especially useful for digital habits. You can notice the urge to check, let it be there, and watch how it changes. Often it rises and falls like a wave. If you've never watched it, it can surprise you how quickly it softens. The first few times it might feel intense because the brain expects quick relief. But with repetition, the urge loses some of its authority. The cue becomes less powerful because the brain learns a new association. Cue does not automatically lead to action. Over time, that reduces compulsive checking. For shopping, the equivalent is learning to enjoy the idea without the purchase. Many people shop as a way of experiencing possibility. Possibility can feel calming when life feels stuck. If you can find other sources of possibility, like planning meaningful experiences, learning, creating, or making small changes at home, the need to buy to feel possibility can soften. Another practical approach is to make a rule that purchases must solve a specific named problem rather than a vague feeling. If you can't name the problem the purchase solves, you can wait. Waiting doesn't mean you never buy. It means you let the initial pursuit state pass so you can decide from a calmer place. This is also where planning can be used wisely rather than as a substitute for action. Planning feels good because it creates the sense of control and progress. The brain can treat planning as a reward. That can be helpful if planning leads to action. It can be unhelpful if planning becomes an endless pursuit state that replaces living. Steering involves noticing when planning is actually avoidance. If you keep replanning the same thing, it may be because the action is uncomfortable. In that case, a steering move is to take one small action rather than making a better plan. The action provides real progress, which can calm the desire for more planning. A phrase that can help here, if you keep it simple, is small enough to do. The pursuit system loves big, shiny goals. The body often needs small, doable steps. When you choose what's aligned with values, you don't need to pursue them with constant intensity. You can pursue them with small steps that are repeatable. Repeatable steps build stability. Stability reduces the need for constant novelty. This is one way the steering wheel changes the whole feel of desire. Desire becomes less like a chase and more like a direction. If you're listening to this at night, with your body already leaning towards sleep, it may be useful to hold one idea gently. You don't have to solve your desire by force. You can solve it by design. Design means you set up your environment, your routines, and your defaults so that your chosen wants have support. It means you treat your body state as part of decision-making. It means you accept that some wants are just signals of tiredness or stress, and you meet those signals with rest rather than with chasing. It means you allow wanting to exist without treating it as an emergency. And over time, that combination gives you a real steering wheel. Not a fragile one, but one that keeps working even when you're not at your best. There's a quiet shift that happens when people start steering their wants. They often find that desire doesn't disappear, but it becomes less frantic. It becomes more selective. You start wanting fewer things more deeply, rather than wanting many things shallowly. That can feel calmer, but it can also raise a new question that fits right at the end of this conversation. If you steer desire and reduce the constant chase, what's left? Does contentment mean going numb? Does it mean becoming passive? Or is there a way to keep desire as a healthy part of life, while also finding a steadier sense of enough that doesn't depend on constant novelty, constant comparison, or constant urgency? When people hear the word contentment, many of them picture something they don't actually want. They picture giving up, settling, becoming dull, losing ambition, becoming the kind of person who never gets excited about anything. That fear makes sense, because if desire has been your main source of energy and direction, the idea of reducing desire can sound like reducing life itself. But contentment doesn't have to mean numbness. It doesn't have to mean a flat mood or a narrow life. It can mean something simpler and more stable. Having desire without being dragged by it. Enjoying pursuit without letting pursuit become your default state. And being able to rest in what you have without needing to constantly prove that you're moving forward. There's a useful distinction here that can keep the whole idea grounded. Numbness is often the absence of feeling because the nervous system is overwhelmed or shut down. Contentment is often the presence of safety. When the nervous system receives enough signals of safety and sufficiency, it doesn't have to generate constant seeking. It can settle. That settling feels like calm alertness rather than emptiness. It's closer to the feeling you get when you finally exhale after holding your breath for a long time. You're still alive. You still care. You're just not bracing. If you think back over everything we've talked about, there's a pattern. Desire becomes intense when there is uncertainty, scarcity, comparison, stress, fatigue, or inconsistent connection. Desire becomes quieter when there is predictability, stability, nourishment, and secure bonds. This is why contentment isn't primarily a philosophical achievement. It's often a physiological and social state. When your body is regulated and your attachment systems are not on high alert, your wants become less urgent. You still want things, but the wanting feels more like preference and direction, less like a pressure cooker. So contentment without numbness starts with recognizing that there are different kinds of desire. Some desires are shallow, cue-driven, and repetitive. They spike and fade, and they often leave you needing another dose. Other desires are deeper and steadier. They might not be loud. They might not come with a rush. They might even feel a bit quiet and inconvenient. The desire to take care of your health, to build a relationship, to learn something meaningful, to create, to contribute, to live with integrity, to be kind, to raise a family well, to do work you respect. These desires can be powerful, but they operate on a different time scale. They don't always feel like a chase. They feel like a pull toward a direction that remains worthwhile even when the novelty fades. One way to keep desire without losing peace is to move desire from a state of constant emergency into a state of chosen pursuit. Emergency desire is the kind that says, now or never. It often comes from scarcity cues, comparison cues, or body distress. Chosen pursuit is the kind that says, this matters to me, and I can take steps. The difference is not always visible in the moment, but you can often feel it in your body. Emergency desire tends to be tight. Chosen pursuit tends to be steady. Emergency desire narrows your vision. Chosen pursuit can coexist with a wider sense of life. Emergency desire often has a fear underneath it. Fear of missing out, fear of being behind, fear of being rejected, fear of discomfort. Chosen pursuit tends to have a value underneath it. Health, connection, mastery, meaning. People sometimes imagine that peace means the absence of desire, but that would be closer to a shut-down system than a healthy one. A healthy nervous system still responds to opportunities. It still gets curious. It still wants to eat, to touch, to laugh, to learn, to love, to build. The difference is that it can also stop. It can say, not right now. It can enjoy what is present. It can tolerate the feeling of wanting without needing to resolve it immediately. That tolerance is one of the simplest definitions of freedom in the context of desire. A practical place to begin is with the way your brain treats enough. Earlier we talked about the hedonic treadmill, the shifting baseline that makes good things become normal. That shifting is natural. The trick is not to fight adaptation directly, but to work around it. One way is to deliberately create moments where you register stability as a real benefit, not as background noise. This is not about forcing gratitude with fake enthusiasm. It's about training attention to notice the quiet benefits that your brain normally ignores. A warm bed, a safe room, clean water, a body that functions, a friend who replies, a job that pays, a meal, a quiet moment. When you pay attention to these in a simple, concrete way, you're giving your nervous system safety signals. Safety signals reduce the need to seek. They reduce the pressure of more. Over time, if you repeatedly send those signals, the baseline can shift in a calmer direction. You don't stop wanting. You simply stop feeling like wanting is the only way to feel alive. This is also where the idea of savouring matters. Savouring is not the same as pleasure-seeking. Pleasure-seeking is often about chasing the next hit. Savouring is about staying with a good experience long enough that it leaves a deeper trace. From a brain perspective, savouring increases the salience of the present reward and can counteract rapid adaptation. If you eat a meal while distracted, the reward is shallow and quickly forgotten, and you may feel hungry for more soon after. If you eat slowly and taste it, the reward is fuller. If you spend time with someone while checking your phone, the connection is thin. If you're fully present, the connection is richer. Richness is not just a moral word, it's a physiological one. Rich experiences regulate the nervous system. Thin experiences stimulate but don't settle you. A life full of thin stimulation tends to create more desire, because it doesn't satisfy deeper needs. Deep needs are worth naming clearly because more often shows up when a deep need is unmet. The deep needs that frequently hide beneath craving include rest, safety, connection, competence, meaning, autonomy, and play. When these are unmet, the brain looks for substitutes. Substitutes can be fine occasionally, but if they become constant, you end up with the feeling of always wanting more because substitutes don't fully nourish. They change your state briefly, then the deep need remains, then you want again. So contentment without numbness often means making sure the deep needs are addressed enough that substitutes aren't doing all the work. You don't have to solve everything. Even small improvements matter. A little more sleep, a little more predictable routine, a little more real connection, a little more movement, a little more time in a low-stimulation environment, a little more meaning which can come from contributing, creating, or caring. When deep needs are met, desire becomes less frantic. It becomes more selective. Another part of keeping desire while finding peace is accepting that desire is cyclical. It rises and falls. It becomes loud when you're in certain states and quiet in others. If you treat every rise of desire as a problem, you create conflict. Conflict is stress. Stress increases desire, so the fight can become self-fueling. A calmer approach is to treat desire like a weather pattern. When it rises, you notice it. You don't immediately obey it. You don't immediately attack it. You just recognize that you're in a wanting state. Then you ask what kind of wanting it is. Is it hunger, loneliness, boredom, anxiety, fatigue, or genuine interest? That question helps you meet the underlying state rather than feeding the surface urge automatically. This is especially important for peace, because peace is not something you win by controlling every impulse. Peace is often the result of reducing internal conflict. If you feel an urge and you immediately shame yourself, you add tension. If you feel an urge and you treat it as information, you reduce tension. The urge might still be there, but the extra layer of suffering is gone. That's one of the simplest ways to find peace without becoming numb. You stop turning desire into a moral courtroom. There's also a role for healthy desire, the kind that gives you vitality. Vitality is not constant excitement. Vitality is the sense that your life has movement and meaning. Healthy desire can be part of vitality when it's tied to values. For example, wanting to learn something new because you're curious, not because you're trying to prove your worth. Wanting to improve your health because you want to feel good in your body, not because you're afraid of judgment. Wanting to build your career because you enjoy mastery and contribution, not because you're terrified of being behind. Wanting to deepen relationships because you love connection, not because you fear abandonment. The difference is subtle but important. Fear-driven desire tends to create agitation. Value-driven desire tends to create steadier energy. One way to protect value-driven desire is to give it time and space that are not crowded by constant low-level wants. If your attention is always being pulled by small cues, your deeper desires may feel faint. They're not gone, they're just quieter. When you reduce noise, the deeper signal becomes easier to hear. Noise can be literal, like constant notifications, but it can also be internal noise, like constant self-evaluation and comparison. This is why periods of quiet, even short ones, can feel refreshing. They allow the nervous system to settle and allow deeper priorities to surface. It's also why people sometimes feel a sudden wave of clarity on vacation or after a digital break. The desire machine slows down, and your own wants become more visible. Contentment also depends on predictability more than people realize. The brain relaxes when it can predict the near future. Predictability is soothing. That doesn't mean your life has to be boring. It means your basic needs are reliably met. If sleep is unpredictable, food is unpredictable, money is unpredictable, relationships are unpredictable, the nervous system stays on alert, and alertness creates seeking. In that sense, peace is easier when you build simple routines that signal stability. Regular meals, consistent sleep timing, predictable check-ins with loved ones, a regular walk, a consistent wind-down ritual. These routines are not dull if you view them as safety signals rather than as constraints. They are the foundation on which healthy desire can operate without becoming frantic. It's also worth addressing the fear that contentment equals settling for less than you deserve. Contentment is not the same as complacency. Complacency is often the absence of caring. Contentment can coexist with growth. You can be content with your life and still desire improvement. The difference is that improvement becomes a choice rather than a rescue mission. You're not improving because you can't stand yourself. You're improving because you care and because you enjoy the process. That kind of growth is often more sustainable and less exhausting. It doesn't require constant pressure. It benefits from patience and curiosity. Patience is a core ingredient here, and not because patience is morally superior. Patience changes what the brain can value. Many of the most nourishing rewards in life are slow rewards: health, trust, mastery, deep friendships, meaningful work, stable relationships, a calm home, a sense of belonging. These rewards don't deliver constant novelty. They deliver steady regulation. If your brain has been trained by fast rewards, slow rewards can feel underwhelming at first, not because they're truly underwhelming, but because your reward system is calibrated to frequent spikes. When you give slow rewards time, your nervous system recalibrates. The spikes become less necessary. Calm becomes more satisfying. This is one of the ways you can keep desire for meaningful things while reducing the compulsion for constant stimulation. A gentle way to support that recalibration is to create small periods of low stimulation without making them punitive. For example, an evening where the phone is not in your bed, not as a punishment, but as a gift to your nervous system. A morning where you delay checking feeds for half an hour so your brain can wake up in a calmer way. A walk without audio once in a while. A meal without screens. These are not rules for purity. They are opportunities for your brain to experience that calm is not boring. Calm can be satisfying. When your brain experiences that repeatedly, it begins to crave less noise. This ties back to the very beginning of our conversation, where we talked about desire as a forward-leaning state. Being alive involves leaning forward sometimes. Peace involves being able to lean back too. If you never lean back, you get tired. If you only lean back, you stagnate. A healthy life includes both. Contentment without numbness is the ability to move between them intentionally. For many people, the biggest obstacle to this is the belief that if they stop chasing, something bad will happen. They will fall behind. They will lose status. They will be forgotten. They will waste their potential. They will be unsafe. These fears are understandable. They are often rooted in real experiences or real pressures. The point is not to dismiss them. The point is to notice when they are driving your desire. If your desire is being used to manage fear, you can work on fear directly, which often reduces the need for constant more. Working on fear might mean building real security, saving money, improving skills, setting boundaries, choosing better relationships. It might also mean learning to tolerate uncertainty and imperfection. In many cases, it's both. There's also a quiet shift that can happen when you start defining enough in your own terms rather than in the terms handed to you by comparison, advertising, or social pressure. Enough is not a universal number. It's a set of conditions. Enough sleep to function well, enough food to feel steady, enough money to cover your needs and a bit of buffer, enough connection to not feel alone, enough meaning to feel that your days matter, enough rest to not live in constant depletion. When you define enough this way, desire becomes more sane. You might still want extra, but you won't feel like your survival depends on endless upgrades. If you want a simple way to see whether contentment is turning into numbness, you can ask yourself whether you still feel curiosity and care. Numbness tends to reduce care. Contentment tends to keep care but reduce urgency. You still notice beauty. You still enjoy learning. You still want to connect. You still feel moved by things. You just don't feel like you have to chase constantly to prove you're alive. In fact, many people find that once the constant chase softens, they feel more alive, because their attention is no longer fragmented. They can actually experience what they have. And if you're listening to this as you drift towards sleep, that may be the most practical place to leave you, with the idea that peace is not the absence of desire, but the absence of relentless pursuit. Desire can be a healthy signal of direction, creativity, love, and growth. Peace is the ability to pause, to be present, to let the nervous system settle, and to recognize that in this moment, right now, you don't need to solve the whole future. You can let your wants exist without serving them all. You can let your mind be a little quieter without losing yourself. You can be a person who cares and still be a person who rests. If you happen to remember the question from the very beginning, the one about where you're listening from and what time it is, you can return to it now in a simple way. Not as a test, just as a gentle anchor. You're here. It's this time of night, in this place, and you've made it through the day. Desire will still exist tomorrow, because you are human, and your brain will keep doing its ancient work. But tonight, for a little while, you don't have to run on that treadmill. You can let the pursuit system cool down. You can let your body vote for rest. And you can let enough be something simple and real in this moment. Enough air, enough quiet, enough softness, enough safety to close your eyes.